everybody in the THL land. It is Sunday Showdown. I'm here with probably one of two of the well-groomed, bearded fellows, Corden and Myanodon. How you guys doing tonight?
I'm doing pretty well. Wow, well groomed. Huh?
Doing great. Yeah,
Wow.
the two well-groomed beards here, two of the well-groomed beards of THL.
That's correct. I know there's a few more out there, but tonight it's you two.
Oh yeah, proud to be here, proud to represent the beards. I'm excited for these matches we got going on. The first two matches which I'm going to be helping out with, Pro Series for the boys versus the Unknown. Either one of these matches going to the Unknown would end for the boys' perfect undefeated season. Unknown not going to be able to make the playoffs, unfortunately, even with a win here, but can play spoiler two for the boys' season here. Currently 5-10, so they have a 5-point lead. Two more matches. First match you're going to see on stream is Super Chicken versus Adair. How do you does anyone know how to say that?
Adair. Yep, it's
Adair.
Adair. And both of these players 6-3 for Super Chicken, 5-4 for Adair. So very close records there. As far as the brings for Super Chicken, we have a looks like Guardian Druid here.
Yep, I get the deck lists up there for everybody to see there.
Oh, perfect. Guardian Druid. You can see it, but I'll talk about them anyway. We got Guardian Druid, Silas Warrior. This priest is banned, which is a res priest, but we're not going to be seeing that today. Luckily, thank you. And the the paladin looks like a standard sort of Libram with the Crab Riders. So nothing too unusual here. Some expected decks there from Super Chicken. On the other side of things, for Adair, we have what was the ban? The Paladin was banned. Okay, so we have this Demon Hunter. It looks like OTK, Lifesteal Demon Hunter, Enraged Warrior, and the Mage is Mizaki Mage. So some fun decks here for sure. More of the OTK variety on one side, and the other side kind of going for more of the controlling decks. We'll see how that does play out. Usually the OTK, if it's able to get that OTK early enough, can beat those control decks. But we'll see if that does happen here.
I was told by Adair that they actually have a golden Mozaki, so
That's even better.
Just a flashy note.
Wow.
Very flashy. I hope found, not crafted, but either way.
Yeah, golden is
either
golden.
way, if you're golden is golden. But yes, those are our two first matches. Definitely looking forward to that. The second match that you will be seeing after that is German Shep versus Ron Mexico. German Shep at 8-1, Ron at 6-3. So if both of those need to go for the boys' way, I believe, for the win with the current record. Is it possible for the Unknown to win with a loss here? I believe so, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
they'd get eight points would bring them to 13, and then so I guess
So
if the
2 and 1
unknown
would tie, yeah.
Yeah,
3-2
the unknown
guarantees.
Yeah,
Oh no, 3-2 doesn't guarantee. You still need 1 point in the other one. So yeah, still could lose these two for the Unknown and able to win it if they get 2 wins in both of these.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But yeah, we'll see what does play out here.
Okay, so I'm gonna let the players know that they can get started there, and
let's do it.
Shall
Ooh.
chug a lug along.
Who we specking first? Which
okay. Yeah, sorry for our viewers out there. Adair is gonna be the first one to spectate, aka be at the bottom of the screen, where Super Chickens can be at the top, +5.
Awesome. Yeah, the Unknown super close to making it to the playoffs. Currently in the 5 seed. Had a chance to pass Aeon, but Aeon, we got a score reported that succeeded in securing their spot just before the show. So they were able to secure it with a couple of wins, but Unknown still trying to play that spoiler, like I said. All right, any predictions on the first decks here that we're going to see?
It's a tough to say, right? For Adair, he's got the full like OTK lineup, I guess, other than outside of the Enrage Warrior. I could definitely see the Enrage Warrior coming out with the style, and possibly even the Paladin coming out for Super Chicken if you're expecting that. I don't know if you want to lead out with your mage or your demon hunter into either of these decks. Druid getting time to do druid things is very challenging, especially if you don't hit your draws with the demon hunter and the mage. So possibly getting the win through with the warrior would be the best.
Yeah, I think the warrior has the best shot into those OTKs because it can just gain too much armor a little bit. It's not as fast as a lot of these OTKs tend to be, especially the Mizaki just draws his deck by turn 7, so the Silas struggles a little bit more into that. But the lifesteal is kind of it just determines who gets their combo sooner. If the Demon Hunters it has to use their damage early to just survive the board, um, or if a Rattlegore is played before the combo, that can always make things difficult as well. So we'll see. Definitely the warrior has some of the better matchups here, so I could see that coming down first. And if Adair makes the read, I could see them bringing that
Yeah.
lifesteal demon hunter first, just to try to get that sort of 50-50 matchup. Don't give them that advantage with that first warrior win as easily.
Yeah.
So we do have
We
warrior
did
for
get in here.
for super
Yeah.
chicken, and then we got mage for Adair. So golden
Yeah.
mage by the
So
looks of it.
go full gold mage. Yeah. So this
Ooh.
matchup's really going to be. I mean, it's an interesting matchup because mage is looking to OTK and with through damage, obviously. But super chicken's looking to gain as much armor as he possibly can in big swing turns, and then OTK. So
Yeah, I
it's going to
mean,
be a tough one.
really, the warrior doesn't even need to OTK in this matchup.
No, just needs to survive.
It's just survive. Yeah, if you can survive the initial damage you have, I mean, he's got 2/3 of really what you need to survive that initial onslaught. I mean, there's still tons of damage in this mage, but if you get that skipper armor smith mercenary in time, a lot of
Yeah.
times that's just enough to survive. And then that bulwark, not so good into arcane missiles, but if you're able to get those out of the way early for whatever reason, it's very good into the frost bolts, obviously.
Yep.
So
So this
cram session just going to be used here for one draw. Definitely the first one. You don't mind doing that. Sometimes you want to save the second one for a Mizaki turn. If you don't have an auctioneer out, that just can draw you the rest of your deck after you've cycled a bunch. So we'll see if we find that one anytime soon. But probably just going to keep on drawing here for Adair.
Yeah, gonna elect to draw there.
Ooh,
Arcane Intellect
Enchanters.
finds the flow. You love to see that early
That's
on.
a big one.
And on Super Chicken's side, he's you got the Khadgar in hand, and that's what we're gonna see here. Just get some pressure on the board and see if we can do a little bit. There is the Gadgetzan Auctioneer pickup by Adair, so I assume an Encanter's Flow rip here. And
Oh yeah, this is a
yeah.
great setup here. You have the enchanters, so now most of
Yeah.
your cards in your deck, especially with the sorcerers, if you're able to combo the gadgets in and the sorcerers, every spell in your deck pretty much is playable for free at this point. Yeah, and not choosing the prime there, the prime just not as good in this Mizaki list. You don't want it to clutter up your hand. So going for the mana reservoir.
It's a really
Should
good
be,
sticky minion too, right? Like
yeah.
06 is
And there's the
decently
Mizaki,
difficult.
so
Oh
we're getting
wow.
there. Yeah, this 06 also could remove the Kargath in combination with the Brain Freeze, just to set things up, or just freeze things off and wait till next turn, or even the following turn, so you can combo the Sork here. Let's see what. Yeah, so just taking things one turn at a time. We'll see if we do go for the Gadgetzan. It might be better to wait till you're able to play the Sork with it. So we might wait another turn since we do have the coin to combo with the Gadgetzan. You can Gadgetzan coin Sork on 7 and then start cycling like crazy.
Yeah, you don't see too much damage on the Adair's hand either. So really just a cycle hand at this point. Arcane missiles obviously can do a lot, but still looking for those frost bolts in the deck to really close this out.
Yeah, there's the skipper though. So just needing to find an armor smith for and I think that is that all of the pirates, I believe, in the
Yeah,
deck.
with
So
both
this
sword eaters in hand, skipper there.
so
Yeah.
Ankar not gonna be drawing anything else, I believe, unless there's some weird tech in there. Um, for some
Nope.
other pirate. I doubt it.
From the list, he does not.
Yep. So yeah, that will be the last pirate. We'll see if this is the brain freeze is going to come down to remove this. You definitely want to prolong the amount of time that they could draw this Kargath Prime. So I could see just holding on to it, freezing it one more time here with the brain freeze without the combo. Looks like we are going to go for the combo route though.
Lab partner free draw here, but maybe thinking of this Kieran Tor, just +3 spell damage. I don't know if you're
think it's
looking.
worth it. No,
Yeah.
you really don't want your stuff to cost too much and risk it. But it does look like we are going to remove this Kargath finally. And next turn is when I imagine we start just going absolutely bonkers with some draw here. And then the following turn could be the last turn of the game. So Super Chicken still desperately looking for this Armor Smith to heal out of range. Right now, not able to find it just yet.
They're gonna defensively Blade Storm here. Sword Eater to clean up this Mana Reservoir. Just try to play as defensively as possible. Cram Sessions would have been the ultimate punish there, so...
Yeah, I don't think a big deal. We are planning to
Yeah.
go with this Gadget Sand turn here anyway with the Sork. Like I said,
Oh,
pretty
leaves it
much
up.
all the cards in your
One
deck.
spell
And there's the
damage.
Conjure Mana Biscuit. So actually
Ooh.
could, yeah, you play the
Yeah.
Mizaki, coin, the Sork. Yeah, and the well played. So just saying, this game is probably
Oh.
done. So there comes the
Yeah.
Sork off the top. Mana Biscuit obtained. Going to be used actually this turn to just keep on cycling, it looks like. Could have held on to it for the Mizaki turn, but we have the 7 mana to play the Mizaki Sork. It's just a matter of... oh, and we have the second Mana Biscuit, so we're
Second
feeling
biscuit anyway.
okay. Hand is full, but we have everything we need to make things happen. Ray of Frost, unfortunately, will just nil whatever you draw, so I think just... with the double Frostbolt in hand and the double Arcane Missile, I think it's just okay to wait this turn out. Don't think you need to play any of this. I guess if you want to remove this, sure. There's that Arcane Explosion, not that important. So it looks like... why aren't you freezing the Mana Reservoir here? I guess you're setting up to clear off this Gadget Sand if you need to next turn.
This
Ray of Frost would... oh, so yeah, just gonna draw everything here. I'm surprised we didn't freeze the O3 unless we're setting up for something, but this is just less. You can't swing the damage face. Not sure it's going to matter here. We still, the brawl could come down, just to hope that it's enough here. But as we can see, I mean, how much damage is this? We can play one. I mean, we have the Cram Session, so we're guaranteed to draw the rest of our deck with the Mizaki.
Right. And everything's double discounted, plus a Sorceress can come down as well.
I think the last cards in the deck are probably Mirror Image, Gadget Sand, and the second Arcane Intellect, I would say.
Yeah.
So
that is exactly.
Yeah, so I mean,
so maybe not even wanting to draw, because really drawing the Arcane Intellect.
I mean, it's fine. You're okay fatiguing. You're okay fatiguing. You know, two draws there. So I could definitely see this Mizaki being played into the Cram Session to draw the rest of the cards here. We'll see what happens and what survives here. That could also affect how this is played out. But I think it should be enough damage with the Mizaki Sork here.
Yeah,
there's the Gadget Sand, not the card you really care about. So Mizaki Sork, you can then, yeah, sure, just rip the Arcane.
Play the things that juice it.
Draw with the Cram Session here to just draw exact cards here. You can Mirror Image. Yeah, you don't mind taking 2 fatigue damage here. You just full send everything you can play. We're currently at how much spell damage? 4,
plus 5,
6. Evo. If there's anything playable, there's a couple playable cards.
Here goes the Bulwark getting ripped off by all these missiles.
That should be enough. Yeah, with those 4 spells, that's way more than enough. 11, 12,
44?
13, and 14 damage each. This is going to tank a couple of those pings, but ripping that arcane first obviously removes the all 4 ticks there. Rest of this damage will, I think that's enough, right? We have, yeah, that's more than enough. We've got,
Yeah, 24 in hand plus one more, so 25.
Yeah, so just gonna wait for the animations, and Mazaki gonna take the first win into this warrior. Warrior not able to find Armor Smith. I mean, you can see how close it was. Yeah, we're currently 9 over, but one turn of having those Armor Smiths would have been enough, and putting them on the board would have been pretty tough to deal with. We did have the Arcane Explosion, which could have helped, but would have potentially been enough armor to survive there. So not able to find those Armor Smiths, and the Mage takes game 1. A good start here for Unknown in taking this first upset loss against the boys.
Yeah, I mean, Adair played it pretty well. He got everything he needed, and just, I mean, Arcane's into the intellect, so played it really well, knowing what he had to do. Unfortunately for Super Chicken, just didn't get that Armor Smith to get out of range of all that damage. We're gonna see the Guardian Animal Druid coming out for Super Chicken. Whoa. And to Adair's OTK Demon Hunter.
Okay. So the OTK DH now going to try to take down the Guardian Druid. This is a tough matchup. The Druid, if it's able to find the early game, the Demon Hunter doesn't have the best ways to deal with big, tall things. So we'll see if Super Chicken's able to put enough pressure early. Right now, Adair's hand just not doing too much. Skull over on the far right might have to dump both of these Og Merchants. Interesting, actually choosing to play the studies here.
Yeah, rips the Illidari studies. I don't really know what they're looking. I guess. Oh, takes the Vel Find or the Vel Fiend.
Didn't want to waste the mana. Next turn. I mean, maybe they're setting up for a turn 5 Skull. You would have to play everything else before then, so it would be like next turn Soul Cleave, but there's nothing to cleave. You could double Merchant. I don't know. I mean, none of that seems very good.
No.
So yeah, it looks like we're just gonna play a 5/4 for 3 here. Pretty awkward. I usually like saving the Ildari for turn 6 if you don't have the Skull ready, or you can try it on turn. I guess the hope was with the Ildari on 2 was to find maybe what's it called? Spectral Sight, because then you can play that right away, but not able to find it there now. I mean, we have most of the combo pieces in hand. Looks like this Og Merchant is just going to be used to clear off this Drake, along with this Vile Fiend Trainer.
Yeah, I mean, this Skull's getting closer and closer to getting unstuck. Maybe looking at a Soul Cleave to use. But
yeah, have to use it at some point. We're gonna hold off for now. Yeah, the second Og Merchant being there is really awkward. That gives you so much power later on in the game that so a surprising amount of burst with that just +1 spell damage. Looks like it will has to be dumped here. Moarg being found already and Il'gynoth means that really the only discounted piece that you really care about finding with the Skull is the other Moarg. So maybe you can copy with Philosophy, but for now, just gonna have to wait.
Yeah, aside for Super Chicken, that Survival of the Fittest pickup is great, but there's not a whole lot to do to pressure this Demon Hunter down right now. A lot of Lightning Bloom and Innervates in the hand right now, but might just play out this Streaming Drake as a 3-mana 3/4.
Yeah, it looks to be the case. Just not really pressure on either side. Now, is it gonna just be the Soul Cleave Og Merchant to set up for the Skull next turn?
Yeah,
Could
you
just be
can.
you can full clear with the Soul Cleave Og Merchant Hero Power. Not that exciting, but you could Hero Power first to heal an extra 1. I think that would technically be the correct order if you're going to use the hero power. Yeah, so it is gonna be done that way here.
Job's done.
All right, so Skull does get to the far left side of the hand for a
Yeah.
dare. Definitely see that rip next turn. We're going to see a nature studies of Super Chicken's own picked up, but I can almost
Wow,
assume,
just gonna go
innervate
for
survival.
the survival here.
Anubisat Defender comes down, so that's a minion that you have to deal with.
That's a big one too. 7/9 Anubisath. Ripping that survival early, I can definitely see that.
Alas, poor war.
Aura and Spectral castable this turn. Gonna fire that off right now. Goes into the Chaos Strike and a Blood Mage Thalnos, but still digging, and now there's a 7/9 smacking you. Even Rising Winds.
Yeah, I think you gotta take the Rising Winds. You are
Yeah.
just struggling to find stuff. I mean, we have the Guardian Animals to maybe do something next turn and probably draw, but for now.
Ooh. Finds actually the Lake Thresher, so still one in the deck most likely.
Yeah, there's still Thresher, there's
yeah.
still Moonfang, double Teacher's Pet, double Twilight Runner.
Actually, only playing the one Teacher's Pet, funny enough.
Oh yeah, the other one
Yeah.
Teacher's Pet, and you put Moonfang in instead.
Moonfang
It depends on
instead,
what you're
yeah.
expecting.
Right.
Yeah, that skull wasn't that big. This double jump could find the other skull here, which might be the idea.
Yeah, could grab your philosophy as well.
Yeah, gonna go with the Ildari studies first. Finds a skull off the Ildari, so could just go for that here. And then just rip it, right? Yeah, you gotta just draw first.
Alas, poor warlock.
All right, able to find playable
Chaos.
stuff. There's the
All right.
philosophy. Still
Outcasted as
no
well.
discounted. Yeah, I mean the outcast is
It's
nice,
all
but
right.
really, I feel like
It's
you
not
want
really,
to. It doesn't really do much. You really want to
No.
discount a free Moarg, but gonna just, or I mean, you really want to copy a free Moarg, but just gonna use it now. And wait for next turn maybe to try to find that other skull. No, gonna find Consume Magic though, which could be pretty decent into a big board here.
And Super Chicken side just going to pull the trigger on this Guardian Animals.
Yep, and those
Twilight
are big
Runners. Wow,
animals. Yeah.
Refills the hand there.
This is gonna be tricky. I mean, looking at lethal damage, gonna have to answer some of this. Could remove some of the damage with this Consume Magic, but right now just does not have. I mean, there's another philosophy, so starting to get a lot of damage, but I don't know if it's going to be fast enough here.
So not too upset if I guess one of the Moargs has to be used here. I could assume he would, but I don't know how Immolation Aura out of the hand use the other turn.
Demons.
You have the I-beam.
Yeah.
You can double the I-beam, do 6 to one of these, and then silence the other one to reduce some of the damage. You're healing up 6.
Start digging. See, second I-beam pickup, outcastable. So definitely nice to heal up a little bit more and to clear off some of these heavy or bigger minions.
So actually going to double play the Moarg here. I don't know how I feel about that, especially with. I mean, you're just getting rid of your damage here, but I guess just to heal up and stay safe here, you can heal up and consume. I'm surprised we didn't just copy it, but I guess we're going for the high roll. You know, if we do play the double jump next turn, we probably get the skull. And
ooh, hits a spectral sight.
It's the spectral sight actually. So interesting. I don't know. That's 23 damage. Only going to need 3 damage. Not in the hand right now. Could search the overgrowth. Is there anything in the deck that could be that last bit of damage? I don't think so.
Other than outside of
survival, which we can't play.
Yeah.
If we draw with the overgrowth. So yeah, I mean, one more turn here for Adair. It's, I mean, gonna have to.
You could bloom into something here. Find a nature study. Go for the Lake Thresher.
Yeah, I mean, gonna have to double trade here. I'm struggling to see the out here, especially after using both of those Moargs there.
Yeah, there's not really a clean way to deal with this. massive board on the side of Super Chicken. Spectral Sight gonna double draw. There's a skull we've been waiting for,
Yeah,
but
there's
not
that
gonna be.
skull. Gonna be able to cycle for this last mark, but just not gonna be enough here. Yeah, I mean, there is a second Fell Scream Blast in the deck, so if this keeps you alive, maybe it's worth it. It does not keep you alive. You're
15 is
one off
22.
from surviving. Yeah, that's going to be game 2. Going to the Druid. That's a tough one for the OTK if it's not able to cycle correctly, and that clearly did not work to the best of its ability. But now I think the Demon Hunter has some decent matchups lined up in this Paladin and Warrior, which aren't putting the pressure on like that Druid does.
Yeah, I think it's going to be able to hit a lot of draws. Druid obviously getting the survival of the fittest there into a Anuasath Defender, then GA right after that. Just Demon Hunter having a very difficult time dealing with large, wide boards, and that's kind of what we were seeing there in that game. What do you expect to come see out next for these guys?
I just think it's going to be the Demon Hunter again. And then to try to answer that, I suppose I mean, either one is really very similar. So maybe that OTK Warrior, but I actually, I think it's probably going to be Paladin Demon Hunter. If I had to guess, I struggle to find an easy way for this Enrage Warrior to find a win. So I just don't think it's coming out until the final game here. And it does look like it is going to be that Warrior into the Demon Hunter.
Finally, both armors miss. We weren't wrong. They are in the deck.
They are in the deck. I think it doesn't matter though, unless you're able to really just
Oh, you have to go
really
insane with
go
this
super
damage.
hard with the armor. There's just
Yeah.
so much damage in this OTK. Like if if it finds one discount off of a skull, like one good discount. Well, there's 2 pieces you want
wow.
discounted again in the hand early. Eldari Studies though in the hand, so we're gonna probably see the skull on 5. Depending on what this studies pulls, but I would guess we're going to see it on 5.
So I guess for these issues, is that Fell Screamer? I don't see it in the deck list this time. Is that kind of why you like to run that when you draw these Moargs, and then you can just discount them for another turn a different way?
Yeah, I mean, it just gives you an extra Moarg on your pop-off turn if you don't get a discount, is what that does, the Fell Screamer.
Right.
When you don't have the Fell Screamer, you're just limited by the amount of Moargs you can play. Looks like we are going to just double jump here, maybe looking for Spectral Sight to just keep on drawing. Then next turn, can Illidari to set up for that skull on 5. This could
Yeah.
find the other skull, which would be awkward because it's just never going to be able to be played with the way the hand is set up. Does manage to dodge it. I-beam a good pickup. I think you can Illidari here. That does mean that you're probably not going to play an Outcast card next turn. Otherwise, if you hold on, yeah, if you just wait on the Illidari, you can play an Outcast, then the Eldari if you have the right amount of mana to set up for that skull on 5. So it looks like that's what we're doing. I wasn't sure about the copying of the Moarg. I would have tried to high roll a copy on a skull Moarg if you can find it. If not, then you can copy later. But I can understand just trying to use the mana early.
Yeah, just trying to use mana as efficiently as possible. Illidari Study, I like not using it there. You keeping it for an answer or something down the line, or trying to find something. And obviously,
I think it's just setting up for the skull
discounting
here.
the skull.
If you top deck something that you want to play that's Outcast, like if you top deck the Spectral Sight here, it would have been super awkward for the Illidari. Now you can play the Eldraki, you can play the Illidari Studies. I guess you play the Studies first, but I almost guarantee you're not going to play what you get off of it here. I-beam gives you even more reach into Warrior, which is nice.
Yeah.
I don't mind taking the I-beam here, especially because all your combo pieces are the rest of your hand. So yeah, it does look like that's what we're going to go with, and I think just holding on to this charge. There's no weapon removal.
Yeah, no need to rip off anything extra here. You can just hold on to these swings for when you need them, or to add to that combo.
Yeah, the real answer here for Super Chicken is finding the Bulwark in time for the combo. Right now, no Bulwark in hand could be difficult, but if they're able to find the Bulwark before the combo is found, they could be in good shape. But right now, I mean, the hand's looking pretty good. If we're
What
able to find
now?
any more combo pieces off of this skull, it's just a matter of time before lethal is in the hand. All right,
How
ooze.
many
Ooze, there is the answer
Oh,
to the bulwark. So able to find the ooze. So bulwark not going to be a problem. There is
Bulwark
the
gets
bulwarks
found.
and an ethereal. So the range is
Wow.
just absolutely amazing right now. The spectral sight will overdraw a card, so maybe hold off. Kind of tricky though. I mean, you just want cards. You're okay probably
Yeah.
milling most of your cards, to be honest, with the combo pieces you have in hand. Um, if you
Yeah.
find the other philosophy, you can
I
copy
grow
the stat
impatient.
moarg and get two free ones, which would just be absolutely insane with this hand.
Yeah, I think that's the decision right now is you see that spectral sight glowing yellow and you just want to pull the
Wow,
trigger on
I
it.
know.
It's such a tough decision, but really what are you scared of burning in this sense? I suppose it's the
I guess
um
damage, but I don't mind burning some damage. We have the double I beam. I guess
yeah.
you. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Fell Scream is really the big one that you want, but I beam is good too. We have how much damage do we have next turn? If we were to just um,
Not quite enough because the
not enough
mana's not
just
really
yet.
there.
Yeah. We need an
What
extra
now?
mana, I believe, to do if we play Il'gynoth, double Moarg, Og Merchant is double plus another double. So it's 2, 4. Well, that goes to 4, 8, 16 for per I beam. So as soon as you're able to double I beam, we're getting there. Yeah, you might want to
Yeah.
just dump a Moarg here.
Yeah, you need to chuck it because I don't think you can play two
You're
of
not going to
these.
play all of them. So yeah, you can
Yeah.
dump one here, hero power into the armor smith, play your warblades, and
And
I
now you
guess
can
you can spectral here. I mean, it's the same problem. Oh no,
put him to
you
7.
have
Yeah.
you're good.
I
So there you
see.
go. Able to find consume magic and immolation order. So not the most exciting of cards here. And on the other side of things, second armor smith not found. Does have the Bloodsworn. Did we not? I guess we wanted to draw in, or did we not have the Bloodsworn last turn? Did we draw it? I think we drew it last turn. Yeah. So we didn't have it before the Battle Rage, or that would have been very nice.
I think it might. Well, look, you would
Yeah,
use it on a Kargath right now. Oh nope.
draw here some more. Looking for um the weapon, or yeah, the Rattlegore, a good answer. And there is actually the Armor Smith as well. How much damage do we have now, though? With that Fell Scream
Ooh.
Blast, can we, if we play 4, 5, 6, 7, we have 7 mana, so we really want 8 mana to do it. So yeah, I could just consume magic. I think we need 8 mana to do what we want to do fully.
Yeah. Fell Scream pickup is pretty good.
Yeah,
Double I
I
beam's gonna be
I think I like the consume magic immolation here. Just don't give them. I mean, not that they're gonna have anything to rush into with Kargath
yeah, there's
next
just
turn,
no
because
need to
you just
give them
do.
anything. Yeah.
Yeah, unless they. I mean, yeah, I think it's fine to consume magic. There's not really a. I mean, the better target is Rattlegore, I guess, but you have 2 of them. I think the game's over probably next turn, unless they do something wacky. I think it's just safer to do this. Yeah, just remove everything you can, and then you can just swing into the 4/1. And I think removing the skipper is big here, so I would like to see this aura come down. Yep, that is going to be the case. And I mean, you don't have to kill this. It doesn't really do anything. You can swing face if you want.
Yep.
I think maybe swinging face is actually better, to be honest.
Yeah.
This doesn't do anything, and you're chipping away some damage. We'll see. Shield block going to put Super Chicken up to how much?
37.
30. Yeah, 37. I just don't think that's enough here. Armor vendor goes up another 4.
Ooh, Barov. Just trying to get something out of hand.
I mean,
Looking
I'd
to
rather
dump a
just
card.
vendor it down, right?
Yeah, it could vendor
Could
afterwards,
still
right?
come down, yeah. Just play the most minions here. But yeah, so now we are at 41.
Yeah, 41.
So how much damage do we have? We have, if we play Il'gynoth plus Moarg plus Og Merchant, that's 6 mana, 7 with an I-Beam, 8 with the Fell Scream. And the I-Beam does 3, 4 plus, so 8, 16 the I-Beam does, and then the Fell Scream does 2 for 8 each ping, so 8 times 3. So you have 24 plus the 16. So, and then the hero power does another 2.
We
Or
actually
not the hero
still.
power, 16
I think we
plus
still have to get this second Moarg
18.
out of the hand, don't we?
What
The
do you mean?
far
You
left.
can play it with the Il'gynoth and the other Moarg and the Artificer.
But then your I-beams are unplayable because you've used.
Well, you play one I-Beam. It costs 1 because it'll be outcasted. Then the Fell Scream Blast is 1. That's 8 mana. That would have been the exact stuff I was saying. So 16 plus 24 is 40 plus the 2 is 42. I think that was lethal. I'm not sure. Someone in chat will correct us, but I think that was 42, which right now we're at 41, right? So that would have been
Yeah.
right, because you go, if you
And the
play the
swing.
Il'gynoth, Moarg, Og Merchant, that's 6 mana, plus an I-Beam is 7, plus the Fell Scream is 8. So that was exactly 8 mana. The Eldraki Warblades does 4 because you're doing 2, plus the Lifesteal does another 2, so that's 4. Plus the I-Beam, like I said, goes to 4 with the Og Merchant, then you double it twice, so that goes 8 to 16. So that's 16 plus 4, that's already 20. Then if you then combo it with one Fell Scream, that each Fell Scream damage ping goes to 2 from the spell damage, then doubled to 4, then doubled to 8. So that's 3 times 8, which is 24. So 24 plus 20 would have been 44. That would have been lethal. I think we're not doing it still. I'm so confused. Well, I'm so
Doesn't
confused.
see it?
It's like lethal multiple times over. I'm pretty sure. I'm really confused here. Like, unless I'm doing something wrong, I'm pretty sure that was
Right.
just lethal.
I guess, is he worried about the minions not being on board? But you just do it to your own minions.
Yeah, you can Fell Scream your own minions. You I-Beam the
Right.
1/3. You Fell Scream your own minions. That's enough. It's I
Hmm.
really don't. I think that's just miss lethal 2 times in a row. I'm surprised by that.
And now we're just kind of chilling. Can't
mean,
use any of these pieces.
Might
'cause-
not get punished. Like we have. The thing is, next turn we're at 8 mana again because we're gonna have to probably ooze this Bulwark. I really don't want to see the ooze here. That would be a big throw.
Oh yeah, that would be highly unfortunate.
We're at 10 cards though. Like I could see it the way. I mean, I don't know. Does Adair's got to see this lethal next turn. You just have to see it because I mean, even next turn you can I-Beam your Og Merchant. Oh no! So miss lethal and now putting this on the board to just be shield slammed. This is a big throw here by Adair. Oh boy.
Yeah, we still now has to find the other philosophy in deck to copy this lower Moarg.
It looks like we're not gonna even play the Bulwark here.
Okay.
But we have to find the other philosophy now. I mean, I don't know. I think maybe tunneling on that philosophy here. But now we're up to 45, so now we're 1 off with the combo. Really just digging for this philosophy. Skull found.
Ooh, but
Can play the Soul Cleave into the skull and hope you don't overdraw the. I don't know. This has been an awkward situation.
yeah, you wonder on Adair's side what he's thinking if he just doesn't see it. I mean, when I was originally looking at
I think
it,
you just see the
Yeah.
health and you're like, oh, there's no way I have enough. But
Right.
it definitely was. Now it's getting
there's the
tricky.
philosophy.
Has the philosophy and the Fell Screen Blast. So
Okay, so
I think
now
there's no
yeah.
chance that Adair misses this one. This should be plenty.
Yeah.
Now you have a free Fell Scream on top of that, plus all of these I-Beams. We probably see the Bulwark, though, next turn, so that does mean you have a little bit less. I don't understand the swing. That doesn't do anything. You get more damage off the swing after the Il'gynoth. So I disagree with that 100%. I think just Adir, I think gonna win this, but
Possibly overthinking his turns
I
type of,
think so.
yeah. No, I agree. And almost what I was thinking the same way was when that other Moarg was on the far left, these double I-beams sitting
I
on
mean,
the far
they
left.
become one. They become one as soon as you play the stuff. You just have to count it.
Yeah, and then I think he might have been worried about the I-beams. And in my brain, the way I was looking at it, it's like, yeah, there's so much, and then you're killing your own minions. Lifesteal Demon Hunter is one of those decks where if you're not extremely well versed and just sitting there and taking your turns and counting them out extremely
You gotta be
cautiously,
counting it. But
yeah,
there's so much reach. I think that there was a little bit of tunneling on the philosophy. Hoping to just get that extra bit, but there was the damage there. Now, I mean, with this Fell Scream should be enough. I think we're probably going to see this Bulwark, which means that 2 mana has to be used again to remove the Bulwark here, but setting up for a nice Fell Scream here. So allowing 2 Fell Screams. Armor Smith, and the Bulwark and so this might not be enough here. I think Adir might have thrown this. We'll see. I think it probably still is enough.
Yeah, we're at 50 right now.
But we'll see. This is going fast. We'll see if it's enough. You have the double Fell Scream that you can do, plus an I-Beam.
Hog Merchant your own.
Yeah, you just...
Ooh, do you ever just... I guess
This
I
is
say I-Beam
way
the
more than
Armor Smith
enough, I
first.
believe.
Yeah, it's
I-Beam, I-Beam.
Ooh.
You can even I-Beam your own thing. Yeah, this
That
is
was-
way more than enough, but
Yeah.
I think just
Made it a lot closer than it absolutely
it
had to be.
definitely was closer than it had to be. But it's okay if you maybe I miscounted. Someone in chat will tell me, but I'm
I
pretty
actually
sure
think we're right around the point, so I've got
I'm
chat
pretty
up.
sure that it was lethal, but we'll see.
Adair does get that Demon Hunter
Does
through.
find the win, so
Yeah,
I think we're going to game 5 if I had to guess based on
Yeah.
that result.
we see the Warrior versus Warrior, so an OTK Warrior with Silas going into an Enraged Warrior here. As you were saying earlier, it's going to be a very hard-fought battle for the Enraged Warrior in these next 2 matches. Just because the total, I mean, the OTK Warrior has all the control tools, right? It's able to really stave off the early aggression of Enrage and doesn't give them the opportunity to play any of those swingy Warmail Challenger turns and things like that for early minions.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I mean, finding the cache is not a bad start. Nitro Boost Poison just lets you push some more damage. I think this is about finding that combo early enough where they just don't heal out of range, because eventually I think the Silas will just heal out of range and then just beat you with the Rattlegore. Usually doesn't end up having the combo, although it could happen. Finding the Ankar here does mean that the cache now only pulling the Reaper Scythe, but not a bad pull. You get an extra charge on that 4 damage, which damage is going to be king in this matchup for sure.
Yeah, an extra 4 damage to rip off anything they need to, or just push a little more. Of course, their cache does come out, Reaper Scythe in hand.
Yeah, the Circus Amalgam is going to be interesting as well. Is a good answer to this Sword Eater means that the swings aren't swinging into or clearing off your minions very easily when they do come down the Sword Eater. But starting to chip away and able to cycle a little bit here, finding the Sword Eater.
See a shield block coming out there from Super Chicken, just playing a standard try to draw through, find any of those combo pieces that he's been looking for.
Yeah.
Adair's going to be trying to look for some, I guess, combo pieces of his own, but in the different sense. He's trying to kill them.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's that second Sword Eater. So Skipper, the only pirate, I believe, still in the deck. Critically, this is a double Cork Run list, so it doesn't run Grom, but it does mean that those Cork Run combos, are more likely than with just the one Cork Run.
Yeah, I could definitely stretch more out. You can even use one Corcron a little earlier on if you have to. You're not stranglehold into just using the one. Makes it a lot more, I guess, mana efficient when you don't need to run Grom, but Grom a staple in a lot of these decks.
Yeah, and going for the Warmail Challenger here to, again, just say, if you want to swing this weapon, you're going to have to take 2 swings into the Sword Eater, and you're not going to be able to clear on minions very easily. There is an Armor Smith in the hand, so just need to find a skipper to start armoring up. You have the Bloodsworn as well for Super Chicken. So really, once you find that Armor Smith can start just healing out of range. But for now, going to have to answer these in some way. Could just go for the brawl. Yeah, I mean, two out of these one minion is pretty bad and hits the worst minion there.
Good.
That is a good situation there for Super Chicken. A little unfortunate there for Adair. Does have the copy of their own here, so we'll be able to. Oh, swing first. Okay.
Whoa!
Almost.
It's one of those times where you pick up the card, you're like, how do I drop this without dropping it on the board? Oh god. There's one of the major combo pieces picked up for Super Chicken, the Soulbound Ash Tongue.
Yeah, I just don't think combo's going to be the name of the game this time around.
Rattle Gore this way.
And now going to just use one swing here and re-equip. Does mean that this other Sword Eater can be answered nicely or pretty cleanly here. Brute can also come down. If you play Skipper, Bomb Wrangler, you have how many minions on the board? Oh. How many damage? Oh, I'm surprised I guess we're copying the Wrangler. Sure. I'm surprised that we swung in first. If we didn't swing in, we would have had the Brute here available.
Yeah, it would have made 3 more damage minions on the board, but
yeah, I don't like the swing there first. We would have had the Brute. Now we don't quite have the Brute. We are getting the bomb damage out though, which is nice. Second Brawl in hand will remove these nicely though. Gonna take 2 bombs, but probably be okay with that. All things considered. Yeah, I'm surprised we didn't get a Brute out last turn instead of copying that, but especially with, I mean, maybe you saw the Brawl come out, so you're saying, you know, what are the chances they have the second one? But I think I would have liked to see the Brute instead of the copy. You have the Cork Run, you really just need a little bit more, and you have a copy combo to just smork. Yeah, there's the Shield of Honor. Could have potentially been an answer here. Instead, it looks like we're just going to play this Amalgam, swing, equip that Scythe.
Yeah, I'm going to have to start putting probably some of these to the face. Dealing 12. Still no Risky Skipper pickup for Super Chicken. So slowly getting down to those level of health where you really want to see it. Like Bulwark might have to come out sooner or later here to just stave off. You're already sitting at 14. Baroth looks like he's going to come down here. Does get the Kargath pickup, runs into a nice Circus Amalgam, actually deals with this really nicely. It's an awkward turn, right? Shield Slam the Barov.
Yeah, and there is
yeah, there's the Bulwark, it looks like.
Bulwark, which is gonna be tricky to get through. Gonna take several charges there, and it looks like we're just gonna drop this 7-cost Brute. And maybe start chipping away. I don't know. This is a tricky one. You really, once that Bulwark is down.
Yeah, first durability off of the Bulwark, but
yeah, that's a big one. Let's see if we're able to find that Skipper. Still not, but the Blade Storm going to be really nice here for this Brute. Just going to remove that off of the board. Could also just drop this Rattlegore. I mean, you have the Bulwark, so you're feeling pretty healthy. I don't know that you're going to have a better opportunity. The longer you wait, the less Bulwark charges you have. So yeah, it looks like that's going to be the case.
Yeah, I felt the safest right now, and like you said, not a lot coming out on the side of Adair to really rip off these charges. So looking at second Brute possibly.
Yeah, I think so, and maybe even get the nitro boost going. No, gonna hold on to the nitro boost actually, and skipper being considered as well. Maybe just give you something to nitro boost next turn. This is your last weapon swing. And your last weapon, you played both Sword Eaters, you played the Ankar and the Reaper Scythe, so the Nitro boost suddenly a lot weaker, only just two damage after next turn. So gonna hope to at least get that one charge off of the Reaper Scythe into the face here. I think considering the skipper to maybe deter some weird stuff, but Bladestorm here does clear off both 5/8s.
Yeah, it leaves a Rattlegore up to push a good 9
And you can
shot.
just copy two
Yeah.
Rattlegores here and then set up lethal yourself and just say if you don't have a way to make a big cork run here and copy it. Right now, I mean, there's definitely, if we find a Bloodsworn, I believe, is that enough? Yeah, I think if we find a Bloodsworn, is that enough here? We have
Bloodsworn would be
Skipper,
14.
Cork Run, Shield of Honor, Nitro Boost. The first swing goes in, you double. It goes 6,
Yeah.
it goes 9, so that's 18. Yeah, so if you find the 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, so if you find you're one off now though. Wait,
Oh.
I'm surprised by this.
Oh, I guess going for the free draw on the cutting class?
Sure. Yeah, you could find the copy now. Yeah, this would be lethal if you
Battle
find
Rage.
Battle Rage not going to
But
be
doesn't
enough
do it.
here.
No, yeah.
20, you're showing 20 damage as well, so you have to. There it is,
was.
finally. Could try for it next turn, but I think you just have to play the Armor Smith here to clear off the Bloodsworn. Maybe you clear the Armor Smith on the other side as well first. I don't know. This is a weird one. You really want to be able to copy your Cork Run that's in hand now because you can do 18 from hand. But you have to clear off one of these minions, so. Interesting. So, I mean, if this happens, I don't know. I don't know if I like this. Okay, getting rid of the Armor Smith and the 2.
Yeah.
I don't
Ooh.
know about this. Okay.
Yeah.
And Adair just saying. All right. Yeah, this was going to be the tough one. I think there was maybe a line there if we didn't go with the copy the Bomb Wrangler earlier. I think maybe there was a way to find the win there, but really tough matchup there. So that Warrior gets through the Silas. So we are going to see that game 5. Broom Paladin versus his Enraged Warrior. This really comes down to if taunts and heal are found for that Paladin in time.
Right, yeah. If you can stave off that early damage and just get those discounted Librams of Hope down.
All right, so final match here. There's the heal in hand, does have the discount as well, and a taunt. So solid hand there. Lots of discount for that Libram. I mean, that Libram can come down with this discount on turn 6.
Oh.
And now, so yeah, this is looking pretty good for Super Chicken to seal this one.
Yeah, next couple turns aren't going to look. Oh wow, and it gets the Libram of Wisdom off the top as well. You can't really complain with this start coming out from Super Chicken. Second Blood Boil Brew coming into hand. Not what you want to see right now for Adair. Could see this coin Warmaul, but might just relax. Use the coin for a little bit more utility next down the line. Armor up, pass. Pass over to Chicken. Broom drawn into hand. Again, these guys just kind of going through their draws. Super Chicken waiting for that turn 5 to slam down that Eldor Truth Seeker. Sky Raider, that's a playable card, but we're going to see this Warmaul come down. So 1-9 is going to be extremely difficult for Super Chicken to deal with. He's just hoping Adair doesn't have a real way to spiral it out of control. Devoted Pupil picked up as well. Going to be a very sticky and annoying minion.
Yeah, this is starting to look tougher and tougher with these taunts coming down here, but still possible. You have a lot of shenanigans on the warrior side, but Yeah, it's definitely gonna be a tough one. So it looks like we're just gonna go Smork Town here, and I think
Yeah.
that is the way to do it. This Nitro Boost extra damage could potentially push you through an Aldor. We need one more, I guess, into an Aldor, but
Libran of Get 'em coming into hand. Going to be
yeah,
extremely discounted as well. I mean, I don't. Oh, just the next few turns for Super Chicken are going to be
I
so.
I think it's over. It's gonna be
Yeah.
tough, but
It's going to be corrupted too if he Librams of Hope before, and then you get the heal 15. And you're just so much healing in this deck right now. And coming out of the hand of Adair, or out of Super Chicken, I don't know how Adair is going to be able to get through it without using everything he has.
yeah, can go for 3 draw here if you go for the Bloodsworn Rattle or Battle Rage here. Looks like gonna even go for more draw and just try to win in the next couple turns. We're gonna see this Libram come down next turn though, and that's gonna be a tough sell to get through for Adair. We'll see if they're able to do it.
Yeah, might look to play a Blood Broil here, or such an awkward way to get through this one taunt right now. You don't want to invest your 5 damage weapon into it. Can Blood Boil charge or rush into it? We'll see what Adair decides.
Yeah, it looks like it is going to be that Blood Boil here. Can also play the Sky Raider just to play another minion, but it looks like we're going to hold off. And holding off the swing as well.
Yeah, maybe holding off of that swing for a cutting class. I don't, or to deal with an additional taunt. And there's the Libram of Hope. Even
There is
gets
the Libram, corrupts the other Libram as well, so that's even more healing. I don't know this deck can do with that much damage and get through all of this. We'll see. Can
double
copy some
copy.
brutes here, I guess, or copy a brute in Battle Rage. Nothing is seeming that exciting, but
No, you have to invest so much to deal with this Guardian right now. You're gonna double Bloodsworn. I like to go for the Battle Rage. Well, Ankar is decent. Gets the skipper there.
yeah, there's still 2
A little bit of
pirates in the
life.
deck,
Yeah.
so Ankar can maybe get there.
Is that the Inner Rage? Looking just for, I guess, an overall burst. I don't know. Can this deck deal 30? It needs the absolute nuts draw, right? If it's going to deal 30. Nitro Boost already gone. Yeah. It's a tough matchup, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean this is I don't know if Super Chicken had a read on the Enraged Warrior, but definitely feels like a good lineup for beating it. So actually going to use an Inner Rage here.
Yeah, I guess he's gonna
through that.
Yeah, these die anyway, so I might as well not use my face to pop a Divine Shield, but losing damage quickly, and here comes Aldor.
And then Aldor into a Libram that just kills your 5/4 and heals
for 1. Oh my.
You just go back to 25, clears off the 5/4.
Wow.
This is looking very difficult at this point, and those Librams are free too, so Ken just full clear.
Just get a Blessing of Wisdom. Just a little more card draw.
Yeah, why not? Just get into the rest of your deck. I mean, you're able to survive this long. We'll see if it's going to be enough. Does have the Skipper Armor Smith to clear off this Aldor with the weapon swing.
Yeah, actually got a blood sale off of the oh my goodness, what's his name? That guy, with the face.
You know that guy with the face, the Sky Raider.
Sky Raider, there it is.
Sky Raider finding the blood sale is nice. That's 5 less healing from that weapon, but we do see the Devout People, which is just another taunt, finding 3 of the 4 natural taunts, and then also the heal taunt spell, the Libram of Hope so far in the top 11 cards there for Super Chicken. along with the double Aldor Truth Seeker and double Aldor Attendant to just really maximize the discounts. This is exactly what you want in this matchup as Chicken Adair just having to navigate some weird turns to try and survive long enough. Looks like this Brute is going to come down to maybe keep things a little safer, and I think just holding on to the weapon charge this long to maybe top deck some draw, but we have the Ankar as well in hand, so maybe that'll be enough here.
Libram of Justice picked up just in case you need to deal with anything too crazy.
Yeah, I'm struggling to see the win here. You got the Pen Flinger, Devout People, Broom to clear off both of these without even having to sink your face into it if you don't want to. It's going to be tough, and we've already used one Bloodsworn as well, so that's half of the combo. You have a lot less range. We've also used one Inner Rage, so that's even less range.
Nitro Boost is gone.
Yeah.
Reporting for duty.
And it looks like this Broom's going to come down before the Devout People. This is enough with the Pen Flinger to clear without the Pupil.
Yeah, and then
Mind Shield, so
it's a free Pupil behind this as well.
Yeah.
Pen Flinger going to start flying to face. There's really nothing else on the board it's going to have to deal with.
I do love a good.
Yeah, and here comes that Pupil, and we are out of Brutes as well to easily kind of trade into that if we're able to get rid of the Divine Shield, but no way to get rid of the Divine Shield either very easily. I think we'll probably see this Bloodsail Corsair come out. Corsair Cash does get the weapon here, which would be nice. Doesn't do too much this turn, but next turn could potentially answer this 4-5. And maybe, just maybe, if Super Chicken just bricks for a couple turns, there is a shot here for Adair.
That's the other thing too, right? Super Chicken is slowly running out of cards. Still has the Flinger, Libram of Wisdom combo to keep kind of firing off, but if Chicken doesn't find some more draw, I mean, yes, he's at 30 now. We've seen a lot, but slowly but surely Adair is finding ways to come back, but Hand of a Doll.
There's some draw. There is some draw picked up. Can use the Pen Flinger as well to just keep chipping away at that face. I mean, Adair is getting pretty low. We've got 8 damage on the board. Sal had another minion that can draw here. Could drop it.
Might as well, right?
Yeah, and actually gonna Libram that.
Man, yeah, this is well, as we said, running out of cards, but found the one really, I guess, Hand of a Doll is such a backbreaking card in that position. Now Adair has, I mean, to clear anything, has to smash into a 6/7. Does have the Armorsmith Bloodsworn but looks like he's going to elect to use that.
Yeah, and that's just all of the range gone. I don't know how you deal with 30 damage in any time without the Bloodsworn combos here. So really just trying to survive, and I don't know. I don't know what's left in the deck that can get there. No.
Yes. I mean, we've used both our copies, so Korkron can only... We have the second Korkron in the deck. Inner Rage, the second one picked up there, but outside of that, there is no more reach, really.
Yeah, I don't know that we have enough damage even in the deck to get to this 30 now without copying some Korkrons.
Double Pen Flinger. Brought in off of that Sail Heights Pride now. Gonna be able to deal quite a bit of damage each turn. Actually, might be counting to see what he has. I don't...
Yeah, I mean, just needs to get to 18, but you know, with those 2 Armorsmiths on board, it's gonna be a little trickier to just fully clear these minions. It looks like we are just gonna give him 2 more armor just to get a clean clear here.
Yeah, don't feel too bad about that. You're you're in a very strong control of the game right now, and 2 armor, additional armor. I mean, just really delays the game. Super Chicken, I mean, yes, he's looking to kill Adair, but he's just looking so Adair can't kill him is the ultimate goal. And there is the second Korkron pickup. Total damage, and this taunt minion is just
It's a beefy taunt. That is
yeah.
a beefy taunt.
I mean, we would say it the whole time. Sound like a broken record, but it's a crazy uphill battle for Adair at this point. Just digging through to find any type of out he possibly can.
Yeah, I'm struggling to see it. I mean, can clear off this taunt finally with the Korkron and the hero power. You do draw a Sword Eater.
And there's another way of bursting or going face, but yeah.
Going for the Battle Rage first. There's the Sword Eater. So now this Ankar not drawing anything.
Yeah, Nitro Boost in
Gonna
hand.
just go for... I mean, Nitro Boost doesn't clear this either. Are you going to use an Inner Rage to clear? I think it would have just been better to use a Korkron.
Yeah.
You have the second one. Now you're kind of wasting charges and an Inner Rage.
On a taunt that's just gonna die.
All right, taking their time here. I don't even think the attack is going to be made. Yeah, so just trying
Third
to
day of
find any
school.
damage somewhere.
Wow, second Libram of Hope picked up there just to really close the game out.
I think that's the nail in the coffin.
Yeah,
right there.
doesn't even need it for the heal. Can just make an 8/8 Divine Shield.
Oh wow!
Allows
And
you
then you have the prize plunder after you've played like a billion cards. You can like flinger some more, play that Libram, I mean, there's just a plethora of options here, and I don't think there's any way that Super Chicken can lose here. If something crazy happens, I mean, I just don't see it. I don't see it with the cards left in the deck.
It has to be an absolute, just outrageous misplay for anything like that to happen at this rate, right? And I don't even think he could misplay hard enough for Adair with all the combos he's used in the deck so far, or pieces he's used. I think this is completely closed out.
Yeah.
And see what this prize plunderer.
How much does the plunderer do here? Is this
exact? Okay.
Exact 7, counted it out. Didn't need to use the broom, and there's no brawls in the deck. There's nothing to do, and that is gonna be the game. Finds the lethal, the more fun lethal there for Adair, and takes it to game 5, but not able to find the win with the Enraged Warrior. I think maybe they had a good read there. Hard to say, but able to kind of secure it into that. I think it was a very close one. That's a really interesting lineup there with the sort of OTK and then Enrage that kind of try to beat different things, right? The Enrage is is not as good in those kind of control, healing decks like that. Whereas the OTK, they just survive and then kill you. So it is, maybe something in the lineup, maybe Enrage just a favorite there. But not going to be able to find the win. And for the boys still staying in here, finding that win does mean that they are a little bit closer to keeping their undefeated record. It's going to come down to this next match here.
Yeah. But as we said, I guess earlier, Adair did get the 2 wins, so there is still a chance that, even if German Shep takes the 3-2, Unknown could still play spoilers with losing most of them, but that's all right. Get Chicken in here.
Here we go. Hey, welcome, Super Chicken. How you doing tonight?
Good, thanks.
That's good. Congratulations on your win.
Yeah, congrats.
Yeah, thanks. Well, I mean, I think I kind of played really poorly, but just kind of won because of some good matchups.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, did you have that read on the Enrage where you felt like your lineup was very favored into that and then not as good into the OTK sort of builds that were the other decks, but you were able to find the win when you needed to. And Another question I had. Well, first of all, is that something that you were expecting? Was that Enraged Warrior, or just kind of happened luckily there?
Yeah, did a bit of looking at like their past lineups, seeing what they've been bringing and stuff. And yeah, Enraged Warrior was a pretty popular bring. And then yeah, the lineup like felt fairly safe, I guess. I mean, it's definitely like an Enraged Warrior target, but I feel like the decks are also like solid enough to beat other stuff.
Yeah, absolutely, and able to find that 3-2. Like we said, apparently there was a lethal that you missed that I didn't even
Yeah.
see, but there was a lethal.
Oh,
There was a lethal
yeah,
that
I'm sure that in
Adair
game
missed.
3.
It was in that the Silas game. Was that I think that was game
Yeah.
3. Yeah, because the Moarg was on the board, you had the double damage off of the Shield Slam
Oh
Silas
man.
combo.
Yeah.
So that would have been enough, but that was, I believe, a turn after, 2 turns after Adair missed lethal as well, had
Yeah.
44 when you were at
I
41.
thought
So
he had
a
lethal
little
for
bit of a
like
throw
4
back
turns
and forth.
straight.
Yeah, I think Adair had lethal for a couple of turns, but that Enraged Warrior just going to struggle throughout anyway. Able to find the win, keeping your team in it for a potential undefeated season. German Chef's going to have to find the clean win here, a 3-1 or a 3-0 to get the win. 3-2 will keep unknown victors. And actually, a 3-0 is the only way that German Chef, I think, keeps it undefeated, because a
Because it could be a
3-1
tie.
would be a
Yeah.
tie. So really down to, even with that win from you, down to German Shep here to finish it off. Any words for your teammate here going into this match that's about to come up?
Sorry, Shep, Miss Lethal. Yeah, I knew I was super favored into the Enraged Warrior, and I knew he was gonna run that last. So I was hoping to get a little bit like another win before I'd have to play the Enraged Warrior. So sorry, Shep, about that one. You have to carry us another week, I guess. But yeah, I mean, my team so far has been super awesome. Like I just kind of joined this. I think this is my first THL season, and I hadn't really heard of THL until like a month before I started playing. But yeah, everyone on the team's been really great. And then yeah, I've been grinding Asia Open Cups with Shep the past couple of weeks, so that's been fun. So yeah, good luck to Shep. Hopefully we don't lose to Ron's team.
just Ron's team, not the just Ron's team in
Just
general.
Ron's team.
Well, I heard Ron was the one that was saying he was gonna beat us. I didn't hear anything from anyone else.
Yeah, it's going to be a close one. It's up to Ron to beat you guys
Yeah.
now. So
Gonna
we'll
say,
see
it
what
is up to
happens
him.
there.
Yeah.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on a fantastic season, regardless of the result here. But definitely would be nice to finish undefeated. Gonna be tough here for Shep. We'll see if they can do it.
Yeah, thanks so much.
Yep, thanks for jumping on there, Super Chicken. Take care, man.
Yeah, you too.
I guess they could still call it an undefeated, right? Because technically we're
If
never
they tie,
defeated.
sure. I mean,
I would.
we're talking about things that haven't happened yet. Okay, we need to see what happens.
Yeah,
As soon as
we
Ron gets
do.
2, it's over.
That's it.
Unknown wins it. So regardless of the winner, Ron just has to get 2 wins. With that in mind, let us talk about these lists. Do we have those up, Saku, to discuss?
We definitely do.
Perfect. All right, so German Shep, it looks like, has Highlander Druid, Silas Warrior, and Res Priest remaining. The Paladin was banned out. And then for Ron, on the other side of things, it looks like Guardian Druid, World Kick Rogue, and Galakron Warlock. So interesting matchup here. A little bit more control-y. We'll see how that plays out. Definitely maybe had the Priest read. These seem like pretty solid decks into the Priest. We'll see if that does play out that way for Ron. But like we said, just needs those two game wins to secure the first win against for the boys on the season, the final week of the season too. So we'll see if that can happen here.
Yeah, they'd love to play a little spoiler. Just like to get the win in general. Bummer that it doesn't have a little bit more playoff implications for them. Just getting edged out there in the 4 to 5 seed, but Playing a little spoiler doesn't mean, I guess, not spoiling. It's just making it a little bad, a little bad for the end of the season because For the Boys still had an outrageously good season.
Yeah.
Top of, I think they've probably solidified their number one seed right now. So,
Yeah, let me see. Yeah, I think for sure. I don't think anyone can
Yeah.
catch them, even with a bad week. So finished in the 1 seed, but could have that first loss in the final week, which would be funny to see. But we'll see if that does happen.
Yep.
As we go in, are we ready to jump in here?
We're almost there. So Ron Mexico is going to be the first to spectate, and the going to be at the bottom of the screen with German Chef being at the top. So I'm just going to get the players to get rocking and rolling, and we will let you guys do your thing.
Rocking and rolling. What do you think you're
Awesome.
going to see right off the bat here, my Anadon?
I think this Warlock for Ron is really well situated, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that come out first. The Druid also has some pretty good matchups. The Rogue, I think, is the one that maybe is the worst, like potentially here, but I really do like Ron's classes here into Shep's classes. We'll see though. I mean, these decks can do some wacky stuff. We'll see if it's going to do some wacky stuff into Ron, or if Ron's going to be able to find the win here for Unknown.
Yeah. The big W. Yeah, we've seen a lot more, actually, I guess, Res Priest coming out in recent times, especially with Highlander Priest being a little bit more popular, bringing to tournament scenes, or I guess not tournament for us, but for the series scenes. It's interesting because you don't see it too much on ladder, so you definitely know people are coming in and bringing it, knowing you're going after a specific matchups with that with the Priest bring there. So it's a tough one to shoot for, to try and counter against. But like you said, it looks like Ron did a pretty good job with the Galakron, Ticketus, Warlock into the Guardian Animal Druid.
Yeah. All right. So
Players are into it.
And yeah, there we're going to see this Ron Mexico bringing out his Galakron Warlock into this Res Priest coming out for German Shep.
yeah, so I think a pretty good matchup here for the Warlock. The Warlock just has great ways to remove those minions, and then also has just the way to remove the deck and just win that way. We had to do some weird stuff in the legacy playoffs and the finals this week to try to beat it because we saw the Warlock coming out a bunch and saw the control lock. So we put in like Elysiana in our Res Priest. Obviously in Pro you can't switch up the text, but we put Elysiana, we put in Cthulhu even just to expand the deck and give you more cards so you're just not dying to fatigue.
Yeah, because eventually Warlock just does a very, it's probably got one of the decks that has the strongest control tools. And one of the best ways in Ticketus to, I mean, nothing says control your opponent's deck like not
Removing
allowing them to play 10 cards. Yeah. Just straight up saying you're not playing these. And like Envoy Rustwick's in the deck as well.
Yeah, just
to
adding
extend
more
it
cards
out a
to
little bit
your
more.
deck. Yeah, it's a tough one for sure for the Priest. Has to do some weird shenanigans. Not a bad start. Renew not going to do too much in the matchups. They're just going to dump it to try to find some more stuff. Mind Games could
Ooh.
take away the Ticketus. There's a chance.
Do
is
you
it worth
ever
it?
roll the dice?
I mean, most of the other minions aren't that exciting. Like if you get the Sociologist, you're pretty good. You're happy about that. You Charge, probably not that happy, but
Yeah,
you get rid of that. But all the other minions are like, most of them are battle cries, right? You have all the Galakron stuff are battle cries, so they're weaker if you just pull them. Not a bad choice, but going to go for the mind control, I don't know if that's ever gonna. I mean, it
playable.
Could be if we get to.
Yeah.
I mean, there's possible we get to turn 10 and maybe it steals like Yasharj or Ticketus, but at that point you're out of cards. I don't know. We'll see if it's going to be enough here. Dragonblade Cultist coming down, so one Invoke. Started here for Ron.
Yeah, so on the side of German Shep, no way to really discount these insights just yet, unless you wanted to. I mean, you don't want to really Hysteria. Can coin out the Bone Wraith. might be electing to do that right now. Needs to get some things into the res pool and really get off a big mass res early on. Does have the mass res in hand, which is good. Not going to get milled out by the ticketus when eventually it does come down. Just decisions.
Yeah, so gonna just use the Hysteria. Not gonna have too much power in this matchup, so I could see that being used early. Gonna hold on to this Lucky Soul Hoarder for now. Not corrupted yet, so want to be able to get the draw. Has the Devoted Maniac to corrupt it next turn.
Yeah, Devoted Maniac.
Or the Rustwick's coming down.
Bang.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. Yeah, get it early. I mean, you're hoping, I guess there's no random generation just yet, other than you saw or you don't know what that one card off of Renew was, so you're hoping not maybe a silence or anything of that sort, but we will see.
Yeah, Psychopomp found for German ships. It just needs a minion to die, and then it can start rezzing some good stuff. Gonna Insight here, maybe find another, Elucia is a good card here for the priest if you're able to steal. If you're able to time the Ticketus, like you see them play a 7-cost spell, it's turn 9 or whatever, you have the Elucia, you can play Elucia into their Ticketus, and then they don't have it to offer you a charge. That's like the way that maybe you win as the priest, but has to find the Elucia first.
Right. Just gonna fire out that Bone Wraith we found off of Insight, and gonna start getting things on the ground and hopefully get them killed soon. Bone Wraith really, I guess it's more of the defensive tool. You don't always like to see that one in your res pool more often. You want to see your Carhoots and you want to see your convincing infiltrators. But getting Bone Wraith into the pool, not the worst situation.
Yeah, definitely not the worst. And the Reborn, I think, is pretty nice. But yeah, definitely as far as strength of minions, you could be rezzing. It's probably your weakest option, or at least one of the weakest, depending on matchup. But in this case, not going to do too much. Has the Psychopomp guarantees that Bone Wraith here. Doesn't get the really nice effect of getting Reborn on a minion that normally doesn't have Reborn, but not a bad result. High Priest Emmet, not a bad option though either, to hide behind this Bone Wraith, because that 2/1 Reborn will just come back as a 7 health minion.
Yeah.
Could even force it, play your Emmet and then trade in the 5/2 to get that. We do see the Plague though on the other side that could just answer it, but I think as far as pressure goes, that is the highest pressure play you can do as a priest. We'll see if that's the case here.
Get this Galakron out? A turn early, maybe. Does go for the Emmet turn, as you were alluding to. Pop off this Bone Wraith. Create a 2/7.
Yeah, not a bad result.
No, not at all. But,
have this Psychopomp to follow up next turn if these aren't answered. We do see the Plague, though, available, so I would expect to see that come down here.
Yeah, trading 2/1/1s for 2/7/2s feels very nice.
Yeah, can follow that up with the Lucky Soul Hoarder to try to draw a card. Alternatively, no good way to corrupt these Cascadings yet.
You could actually, I guess if you really wanted to, could slam the Kronks to try and draw out the Galakron, the Wretched. Could get the Cascadings upgraded as well at that point, or corrupted to their tier 2. I don't know if you're really looking for any of the Kronk's abilities in this matchup, so maybe just getting the Galakron, because then once you draw your Ticketus, you're looking for a way to corrupt that. And at this rate, there's really nothing that Ron Mexico has that's going to be able to do that. Oh. Hysteria? Okay.
Yeah, Hysteria will do something similar. You can hold on to that Plague for maybe a more wide board. You have a lot of ways later on to build a board and then combo that with the plague.
So here we do see the Galakron come out, gonna deal with this 3/4, but really it's that hero power to generate a little bit more value in this game.
Yeah, it does have the Galakron, so not totally out of value when the Ticketus eventually does find its way into the hand, but so far no luck yet. Gonna drop that Reliquary. Corrupts both these Cascadings, sets up a tough minion to deal with. And as far as we can see, no good answer besides that Plague, but plaguing one minion is not that exciting. Could just play this Infiltrator, which would at least make it trickier to get through and keep this taunt alive.
Yeah, especially seeing the Galakron last turn. Rod Mexico really no hesitation in slamming this Reliquary Prime. Such a sticky minion when you can't really have any, I guess, random destroy a minion because can't be targeted by spells other than you or hero power. So I guess trying to find maybe a Celine off the hero power? No, Envoy of Lazul.
Yeah, I mean, just anything. This is interesting, though, playing the Envoy here. Does mean you're going to have to coin out one of these, and this is... Huh.
Is he going to pick what he wants or what he thinks?
It's obviously, like, I think that's cheating, because it's already corrupted, right? You can only corrupt something that's in your hand.
Right.
So that one's just given. That one's 100% always going to be cascading, because it won't be corrupted if it's in your deck. So as soon as you see the corrupted, that tells you that that card is the one in the hand, and
actually gets it corrupted playing the full way corrupted, coining out the convincing infiltrator. So I didn't even think of that. That is a little bit of a cheat, little insider knowledge.
Cheat, yeah, not something you're going to see very often because who's playing Envoy of Lazul, but into corrupt decks, if it's corrupt, that's the one that's in the hand.
Yeah. And
look like we are just going to go for the RNG here, and does look like that Reliquary survives.
Dang. Yes, sir.
There, and pretty good start there for Ron. Continue to chip away. Still no Ticketus found, which would be the nail in the coffin again in this matchup, but we shall see.
Yeah, it's slowly just Reliquary Prime played out. Trying to see what else we have in the deck to corrupt that Ticketus right now. Sociologist, Militia, Wretched, Galakron, and then just one Twisting Nether. So really 2 cards. You never really want to be Twisting Nethering, I guess, if you're super behind. But the way the board's looking right now, Twisting is definitely going to be a later game. And German Shep's kind of getting through his deck. Eventually, Ticketus is just not really going to burn anything, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, there's still 16 cards. We're still a ways off for sure.
Yeah.
But, definitely starting to get there. Now that Cascading Disaster fully corrupted on the other side as well. Yeah, I just think this game goes on for a while, and it really the priest has to put pressure on. I just don't know that it's going to be enough. I mean, we have double plague, cascading in the hand. We have the Yasharj to get double cascading back. We have the Kronks to draw the Galakron. We're only one invoke away. I mean, Breath of the Infinite deals with a lot of this, but I just is it going to be enough? Palm reading, you can start discounting. You have quite a few spells in the hand. A lot of options here for German Shep, but again, just is it going to be enough? Initiation, Gift of Luminance, not a bad option in a res deck. A lot of your minions you wouldn't mind giving Divine Shield and making copies of. Initiation could give you one of their minions, but I think I'd rather just copy some of mine. Looks like the breath is coming down. Will we see the Cascading Disaster as well, just to clear the board? And it looks like we will.
Oh, finally dealing with that Reliquary Prime.
Yeah, there's still 2 more primes in the deck. We don't know what they are. as
Matter
well
of
as
time
a
before we see them.
couple of other stuff. There's a cultist. So that is the full invoke there. Can not play the Kronks with it, but can get the fully invoked Galakron this turn.
Yeah, that's going to be really nice for way more value going forward. Being able to four demons plus the 5/2 weapon.
So many possibilities.
See what Ron decides to do here.
Yeah. Ron's hand is very defensive right now.
Yeah, I
Like
don't see Ron dying anytime soon.
Yeah.
It's just finding that Ticketus. I mean, we have the way to get the Galakron next turn with the Kronks if we want.
Almost out of time.
Looks like Dark Sky is going to come down just to remove the first half of this. Could also see Soul Shear, yeah, and the Dragon Blight just to fully invoke, clear off the one minion so there's no weird Grave Runes shenanigans.
Yeah, able to use some cards that are probably just going to sit in the hand for a while.
That's a
Dark.
good target for your
Ooh,
Gift of Luminance, or
Yeah.
Skeletal Dragon actually might be the one in this matchup because you just want more stuff. You're going to run out of stuff eventually.
Yeah, Skeletal Dragon on the mass res or even would be very overstat. So see what she
Yes.
shirts.
So maybe it's just, I mean, you want to stay alive too. So maybe it's like the Breath, Kartut, Hero Power this turn, just to, play stuff. I guess then you Hero Power first. And then next turn you can try to Skeletal Gift. It's just, I mean, Skeletal Gift isn't bad this turn either. I do like clearing off these minions, but not the end of the world if you don't this turn.
Yeah, because Skeletal Gift is just going to put up very like the Skeletal Dragon with Divine Shield.
Yeah, I mean, I'll take
yeah.
this. This isn't bad. The Plague is just going to remove this, but that's 2 dragons and 2 good dragons.
Wow.
At that. There's the Galakron, so
Okay.
not going to need 2 Kronks to draw it. So could you see this Plague into the Galakron here and force out that Plague of Death to follow it up?
Wow.
So yeah, gets the draw as well. The final just tap here. Still no Ticketus. But this is a lot of pressure once you play this Galakron, which I imagine we're going to see here. No.
Armor, lightly used armor.
Oh,
interesting. So
okay.
just holding off a little bit longer.
I think he's in that decision of of corrupting Ticketus, right? Other than the primes in the deck.
You have the twisting as well.
Yeah,
you have
and
the Sociologist. But I can see that. I mean, you don't. If you draw the Ticketus, you'd feel really bad if you played the Galakron that turn, I guess. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what comes out here. Wretched Reclaimer.
Whoa, that's actually
that could be comboed with the Proto Drake if it's not cleared here. Another tap. So yeah, I think just Ron just saying I really just want this Ticketus, so I'm gonna just not even change my hero power. I don't need to pressure you. I have enough removal to deal with your stuff. I really just want to find it and then corrupt it with this Galakron. But still not able to find it.
Yeah, not able to do much. And I mean, now you're facing down a Plague Protodrake does finally pull the trigger on the Galakron. Gonna make a demon-filled boards and not what you like to see out of your demons.
No, not the best results. But still, yeah, maybe just doesn't even force a plague here. So
yeah. Oh,
does end up going for the Galakron here in the end. I mean, that is the hero power every single turn. 2 1/1s.
When are we seeing this Caligos free
mind control?
Free mind control, right? Or even a free mass res. Like it's gonna be an insane swing turn.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time. And right now, German Shep continuing to find some solid answers here. and dodging the Ticketus here.
What about?
Lots of decisions here. Like really a turn to do anything. Maybe looking at the Wretched Reclaimer.
Yeah, I mean, you can trade into this Reclaimer. You get a 7 cost and the 8/8 back.
You got Psycho Pump to turn behind it as
Yeah,
well.
there's that Reclaimer. Can Psycho Pump and Hero Power as well if you want.
Ooh.
Underbelly Ooze. Yeah, it looks like the Psycho Pump and I would imagine the Hero Power. Just get another card here. Yep. Hits the Bone Wraith.
It's a Veil Weaver. Not exactly. It does have the Apotheosis in hand to combo with that.
Yeah, I mean, this is a full clear with the Plague. You just trade in the 7/5.
Yeah.
Trade into 1/3. You can go face for 4 and then Plague. I guess it's just whatever comes out of the Proto Drake lives.
Is there a Crocs clear? Deal 5? Not really cleanly.
The real question is there a way to hit for 7? Is that what you want to do? Or do you want to say, preserve your weapon charge, I guess is the question.
Right. Banging for 7 and then
Well, yeah,
Flag
you can hit him
behind
for
it.
even more. If you swing your weapon, swing a 1/3 in, and then you hit him for 11, and then Plague, and then you can follow it up. Yeah, so it looks like that is the direction we're going here. Follow it up with something else. So yeah, we're gonna Dome for 11 here. Plague, I imagine.
Oh.
So no Plague. Gonna go for the Cascading here instead, saying this Plague can deal with more minions later than this Cascade can only deal with 3. Hits the hits the Priestess, which can deal with maybe more minions here. Randomly. There's
And
that
just-
twisting.
And just a kind of a weird minion in the res pool. Right? Like there's a lot of minions in the res pool now, but I mean that's not a terrible one for later in the game. If you're out of gas and you're just looking to push some damage, that's not the worst.
All right, Shadow Word Ruin, Insight taken. So just to keep kind of cycling the deck. Can play this Apotheosis to keep getting more cards as well. Looks like the Apotheosis is going to be used on the Priestess.
Yeah, no clean way to really deal with the Voidwalker in the way right now. I guess you could Hysteria it.
I think maybe, yeah. Is this going to be Nova Insight? Okay.
And then just let the Priestess do her
Breath
thing
as well here, just to
for
swing
sure.
face and go for the clear on the 7-1 here with just the So this is going to be a nice clear and deal some damage.
A lot of soul fragments coming out here.
Yeah, a lot of soul fragments indeed. There are plenty in the deck, and there's some more.
Oh my goodness.
And there's another one.
Oh no, Sociologist is looking.
Mergurgle Prime, the Prime found.
All right, well it's not the worst, but you do leave up. I mean, if you trade into the 6/5,
you trade into the Priestess, right? Yeah.
you have to. Gets the Dome, gets the rush.
And then you get the rush, so you can clear up the Sethic as well.
You could Broom here too.
Could Broom to preserve the health. Sure.
Yeah.
I like it. Plague probably comes out, so this forces the Plague at least, and you preserve the swing. 20 damage on board. I think it just has to be Plagued, probably.
Yeah, could actually palm reading beforehand to discount it and find something else.
Yeah, with that discounted Plague there, you can. And we'll discount that other Plague. I think that's probably what we're going to see here. So it does mean you can't Hero Power along with the Plague, though, which maybe is the consideration for Shep when this is going to come down to just value this matchup.
Go palm reading, Hysteria, Lazul, and Initiation. You saw the Hysteria take last time. Might see it again. Yeah.
Yeah, just more potential removal into multiple minions. But yeah, we are going to just see this plague come down.
Time is running out.
And actually, we'll still stick the dormant. So that's, I guess, a little nice. Just, it's just a little added kicker. So we've seen the plague. What the Kronks? I mean, I guess the
Yeah,
dormant's all right for
I
Kronk.
guess. Yeah, I mean you can play the shield if you want here.
Just
Choosing to
hero
hold
power
off.
pass.
Yeah, no need to get overexcited, I suppose. The shield, does the shield ever set up lethal with Kronks if they don't clear? It might, but I don't think it's worth it.
No.
I don't think it does. It not at 30, even with
No.
5 minions.
What?
Yeah, and
Just
another thing
only
with this
10
imprisoned,
extra damage.
the imprisoned Sungill is the Plague of Flames, right? You could just easily deal with another board that's created. It's gonna hit the Bone Wraith and the Celic Fellweaver.
Yeah, some pretty good options there. There's the
There
ticket
it is.
finally, and now I think that might just indicate it's time for twisting, even though there's probably better twisting boards. Could swing first to full clear if you want. But the twisting,
Yeah, and I think, like you said,
probably
the
don't
German
even need to use the swing here. Hero power is here. No Elucia in the hand yet. So if Elucia comes off the top, the Ticketus will be able to be used, but nope, not able to find it.
just missed it.
Bottom 7 cards there for Elucia.
Yeah, I mean, Ticket is kind of sitting, bottom
Yeah,
8 on
bottom
the
8,
same
yeah.
side, so
Kind of both waiting for it.
Yeah.
Only going to burn 6 cards this game, though. Actually, if we play the big old whelp, that's only going to get 5 cards with the Ticketus, but that's still 5 cards that aren't going to be available for Shep here.
And on Shep's side, I guess you see a twisting the other on a board like that, you're pretty much assuming Ticketus is now in hand, ready, cocked and ready to go.
It's Ticketus. 100% it's Ticketus. So the question is, what do you want your board to look like? Into Ticketus, you want to be able to push some damage. I think we'll see this. I don't know. Yeah, I think maybe the Infiltrator Whelp is the move. I don't know. Could go for the Kartut, double Kartut. Infiltrator does deal nicely with that big Ticketus. It looks like we're going to weave in a hero power as well.
Grand Mummy.
Grand Mummy coming down. All right, so
Ooh, Zixor Prime.
6 Prime, decent, but I think we just want to get rid of the cards here. So we'll probably
this
see
is the turn.
This Ticketus could Hysteria this 2/6 first. I don't think that clears though. Yeah, there's not enough damage on the board to clear it. So no reason to Hysteria. Just Dark Skies this board into the Ticketus.
And here we go.
And here we go. That is Insight, Grave Rune, Hysteria, Holy Nova, and a Psychopomp. So Elucia bottom 2.
Elucia does, yeah.
Running out of cards.
There's Elucia finally, but no way to steal that Yasharge, which is really, the one thing I guess you're hoping to steal at this point now that you've seen the Ticketus.
Yeah, and second Plague of Death would be the last card for German Shep right now. Really gonna
Could go for the Calicos Mind Control finally. Just take that 8/8 and hope that that's enough pressure. We do see the Plague on the other side though, and obviously we have the Yasharge plus those 2 cascading disasters. So I think that's just a matter of time.
Yeah, Ticket is finally showing up for Ron there. It almost puts the nail in the coffin here for German Shep. I don't know what else. Other than some crazy RNG stuff, maybe Caligos gets you your second mass res and puts you back into this game.
Yeah, so that is the Grave Rune actually is the final card there. Can Grave Rune a Kartut or something, I guess. Hysteria going to be used for the clear here.
Oh, he already had a second Plague of Death in hand. I am crazy.
Yeah.
I was like, what? How did I miss that? And that's how I missed it.
But now it's just going to be a matter of who can apply the pressure fast enough. So that is almost all the soul fragments. There's still Sociologist in there and 2 Soul Fragments. So last card there is Sociologist for Ron. I mean, this is going to be close. They're both fatiguing. It's just a matter of who can stick the board. I mean, the Yasharj has the double cascading in it. So,
Prime, Prime just 4/4/4s.
yeah, 4/4/4s in a hero power. Makes quite a nice board here. Instead, could just go for the shield hero power. Another solid board. The Zixor maybe is another answer to a big board, especially like something with a Grave Rune shenanigans. Can deal with multiple spawns here. We'll see what Shep decides to do. This is still game 1, huh?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I was about to say we are still hot to game 1. This is
you're casting the 2 matches after this too, so
I'm all right with that, man. I got the
you're going
marathon.
late. Oh yeah.
Yeah, a little bit later for myself as well. Being in the Atlantic provinces here, we're just an hour ahead of Eastern time. So, last match will be starting around 12 o'clock for us, and that's all right, though. I'm ready to go. I'm a new dad. I don't get sleep as it is. You mousing over that second plague that I thought was in the deck, but no longer. Yeah, it's just trying to think what value to use to not overextend. Gonna
Looks like-
pull this.
Lucia, considering that here, no, so gonna hold on to the
damn.
Lucia instead. Going for, I mean, Raised Dead gives you more minions. Draconic has another dragon.
Yeah.
I think this is going to come down to who can stick minions and chip away. So, yeah, I don't mind this. Mind Control going to be used on the 4/5. Trying maybe to force out this Plague or the
One.
Yasharj here.
Cool.
And there is that Sociologist last card. No
Empty.
Soul Fragments in the deck. Just
Yeah.
a 7 mana 5/5. Not going to apply too much pressure. This is going to be close. This is going to be close. The ticket is being so low in the deck made this a little trickier, but now this should buff the board nicely here.
Is nigh.
Can clear the 4/5 and
Clear the
probably just go
Calico?
face
Oh,
and
wow.
say, yeah, I mean, you know they have another Plague. Say you have to answer with your Plague or you're dead.
Right, and you're killing your own
And you're
Caligos.
killing
in
your
that.
own Caligos, but I mean, it's 0 mana, so not the end of the world, but that is the final Plague. We'll see if it's going to be enough. I mean, the Yasharj can just deal with any Grave Rune shenanigans too, because it just can double cascading and clear so many pieces of it. So we'll see. We'll see what happens here. I think we'll probably see the face damage with the 4/12 into the Plague. I think you just have to do it here.
Yeah.
I mean, Hysteria, if you Hysteria your own Calicos after you swing, clears a lot as well, but I think you're still
See,
dead to the board
yeah.
because you only clear, at best case, 12 damage, right? And then
There
you're
it
still
is.
looking at 12 damage, yeah. Yeah, so there it is.
Galakrond's Wit, so we can draw. Sandhoof Water Bear, a little bit of healing. Gonna Grave Room this Kartut Defender. Like you said, Yasharaj just really deals with this. Gonna see the Prime coming out here. Also a very easy way to deal with these Grave Ruins. And sticks a little bit of the board. Very nice.
Yeah.
And slowly but
surely.
surely, slowly but surely, Shep is I think, just getting strangled out of the game.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of heal on that side. There's another Kartut. There's the Apotheosis. Raised Dead, Sandhoof. I mean, there's a lot of heal, but this Yasharj just might be enough because once the Yasharj comes down, it's just going to remove everything and play another 8/8 and a 10/10, and there's just not great removal for it. I guess we have the one Hysteria, which can remove some of that.
Right. Oh, it's getting.
We'll see. It's close.
Yeah,
It's
very
getting close.
It's down to the fatigue game at this rate, right? I mean, German Chef is 2 fatigue ahead, but but has all the healing as we said. So is kind of ahead in the fatigue game in that sense. We will see. Trying to decide what you would like to do. Maybe use this Apotheosis for a little bit more healing right now.
Yeah, just gonna go for some more draw. Finds Cleric of Scale's not gonna do too much here.
No, might be able to get something a bit later on.
Yeah, just going for the board
Yeah,
here.
all right, fair enough.
That is the minions in the hand pretty much. Trying to force out maybe that Yasharge here, but I think we're just gonna see a trade into maybe if you even need to Plague. You don't even need to Plague here. Oh, it is gonna be the charge finally. So going for that big board. Oh, right, the Lucky Soul Hoarders.
But you,
That's some extra heal.
Yeah, actually, it's healing. Plus, you could Sociologist on the turn you play them.
Yeah, I mean, that is a
you
risk
absolutely
here.
need to.
You can only, they're corrupted, so you will draw. It's kind of awkward.
Oh, you do draw.
You
Never
draw
mind.
them,
Yeah,
so
yeah.
you play them and then draw them. So it's just heal, really.
It's just heal,
then,
yeah.
And then it's not even that much heal because you're then fatiguing. It was really only heal for one turn. That turn you would have healed one, but then
Yeah.
fatigue, yeah, it's just a little awkward. But this Hysteria, gonna be able to maybe remove some of this, depending on the order of the trades here, can remove a good amount.
Yeah, I guess for Ron's, he's actually hoping this hits Ticketus right off the bat. Or maybe even.
And it does.
Yeah.
Hits a 1/1 though, and
takes a 4/1 with him.
4/1 as well. This is super close.
Man, this is. Oh wow. Because Ron is just, I mean, he's got removal, but these Lucky Soul Hoarders, like you said, they're just going to draw him into closer fatigue. Sociologist, a good 5/5 drop, and then you get your Devoted Maniacs, and I'm going to see what this raised at dealing 3 is. Man.
Time is running out.
Here we go. Gets the Mind Render off of the hero power. Sandhoof Waterbear going to heal for 5. Just counting damage at this point.
Yeah, I mean fatigue.
That's 5, so 10.
Yeah, do you just go for like this Sociologist hero power here and just like clear this 5/5 so there's no weird
I guess you
healing?
could hit first and then Hysteria the 5/5 with the Sociologist behind it.
Could just Plague it, I guess, if you want to hit Plague and then play some stuff behind it. This is.
Yeah. And the Homunculus going to come out next turn dormant with the Apotheosis in hand is, I mean, that's really only the Plague. You don't want to heal him up, so.
Yeah, so maybe you want to save Plague for that. You don't know that they have the Apotheosis, though.
No, exactly.
How do you leave this Sandhoof up, you know? That's also a question.
Plague, yeah, okay.
Could Hysteria it, actually. Hysteria would have worked as well.
Yeah, I kind of like the Hysteria.
I think so, too.
What? Sociologist, hero power. Homunculus is going to pop up.
All right, that's 5. Fatigue is, I mean, the Apotheosis here on this prevents.
It heals for.
I mean, it heals for a good amount.
Heals for 8.
You maybe just have to do that and then play the Lucia. You don't really give them much. They have the Raise Dead, but you can Lucia play their Devoted. Not that you want to play the Hoarder. Interesting one. This is super close. Someone do the math. I don't know.
Because in the Raised Dead, like picking it earlier was great, but now that you're so deep into fatigue, dealing 3 damage to yourself right now is just not where you want to be. Apotheosis is going to go into this, make it a 4/8. So even clean trades, you have to trade 3 into it. Going to heal for 12, and he's taking 6 next turn. Raised Dead, see what he can get. Oh man, this is an additional 3 here.
Yeah. So just
Oh, it's the
that's a big
cartouche.
one.
Yeah,
Are we going to
Kill
see
it.
this apotheosis as well? I mean, that might be enough heal here to survive long
I think
enough.
that locks it out, right?
Yeah, using that plague and not the hysteria last turn could it be the game.
Because Hysteria is going to.
It's going to be able to heal for 10 here off the Kartut
Yeah.
and then another 8. I think that might be it. I think Ron actually using that plague instead of the hysteria last turn was a huge difference. And we actually know this apotheosis is in the deck. So Ron should have, this is a natural apotheosis. There's
Yeah,
one of in the deck. So Ron should have known that was left in the deck and played around that. But instead, using the plague rather than hysteria last turn, I think might just cost him the game. I don't know. I mean, the fatigue now is 6. So if you don't clear this 5/7, they heal for 5. They take 6. They heal for 5 next turn. You clear off the 2/5 and just let them fatigue.
But you're just dead if you don't clear. You're just dead on
No,
your
you
own
kill the
fatigue.
2/5 and you're fine. You only take 5 fatigue next turn, right? So you're still
5,
alive.
10, 12. Yeah.
So you have to clear off the 2/5. They fatigue once. That deals 6 to German Shep. You clear off the 2/5 with the 2 or the 5/5. You're alive to the board. You take 5. You fatigue once. They heal up a little bit.
They heal up an additional 5.
They just heal 5, but they're taking
7.
They're taking 6 here and then 7. So they're down to now. Yeah, this should be exact lethal with
If
just the
yeah.
one trait. The Kartut cannot die. There's no way to kill a Kartut unless you find something
the
off of
hero
your wit.
power.
Yeah, you could find that what's it called? We saw it earlier.
The Wretch
wretched,
Reclaimer.
yeah, wretched reclaimer. If
Yeah.
you attack face and then wretched reclaimer.
Is Celine? Oh, but he could
Oh,
actually
hysteria! He could hysteria his own minion.
Oh.
If he Lucia's and Hysteria's, that's the win, right? Because you're able to
yeah.
attack and then Hysteria and you
Heal
heal
5.
another. That's it. That's
15.
game. If we
Yeah.
play the Lucia, that's game. It's gonna have to be the read though. I mean, I guess you hero power first.
Yeah, because you can Lucia. I guess. Yeah, you just don't. Because even if you like Bone Race the Lucia, there it is. Yeah. So it
Wow.
is.
And that's gonna be it. Ron, I think just that one turn. I mean, it definitely not finding the ticket as early was a big deal, but that one turn choosing to plague rather than the Hysteria is gonna cost the game here. As long as Shep is able to get this attack in and then Hysteria the 5/7, yeah, that's the game.
Wow.
All right, and the Warlock loses. Wait, no!
oh.
Whoa! If it
we
doesn't
can't-
go to the 5/7.
You can't Hysteria
Oh,
your
you
own
can't
board
Hysteria your
anymore.
own minion. You just have to get lucky. Oh, and that is, you're right. I forgot they changed that. Had to go for the luck there. Did not find it, and wow.
Wow.
There's the game. Ah, that was as close as it gets. I mean, that's the tough one for Res Priest. I think we're going to see the Priest once again.
What an absolute roller coaster of emotions at the end
Yeah,
there.
no question.
I totally forgot that Hysteria change.
Yeah, that I mean, I totally did as well. That was as close as it gets. Just needing that 5, that sociologist to hit the 5/7 one time. Close.
No, but I do agree. Like that Plague of Flame turn really
That could have
made that.
cost Ron. That was almost
Yeah.
punished by that Hysteria
Whew.
and all the rest of the what happened there. But
So if you're still with us there, chat, that was game 1.
yeah, what was that? 40 minutes?
Yeah, that was a marathon game
man.
1. But we're gonna.
I don't know if I can stay for this whole series. We're gonna try.
That's all right. We can. We'll get a little. We can figure that out if you got to dip out. No problem there. But I mean, this is not Hero, so unfortunately, that Priest is still kicking around. So we might see another longer one there.
I think it's happening again. I think the Priest is coming out again.
Probably the Druid follow out.
Yeah, the Druid probably, or the Rogue. Maybe you try to high roll with like a questing early. The Druid doesn't have the best answers for that if they don't ramp too quickly. So let's see what the players decide. Maybe they're taking a quick breather after that.
I don't blame them. I need one myself. Yeah. Oh boy. I mean, this one is Ron really does not want the boys have his win after that marathon. He's into it. He's got his one win, looking for the second one to really spoil it, but the third one
Yeah.
would just be the icing on the cake for him.
I mean, we're getting to this potential situation where for the boys, it remains undefeated. I mean, that's one win already, or that's one win for Ron, like you said. So
So that's the tie.
you know, that's it. Yeah, that one more win for Ron is the tie, right? So it
No, I
is
think one more
coming
win.
down to this.
One more win for Ron's the win.
Oh, is it already the tie now? Then I
Yeah,
thought that was.
because
Oh,
Shep had
no,
to
I think
sweep, right?
no, I think a 3-1 is a win. 3-2 is a tie, and or maybe I'm wrong. 3-2 is a win. 3-1's a tie. I don't remember.
Yeah, I believe he had to sweep because we're 10-5 now. Adair just beat or Chicken beat. Oh, right, never mind. Chicken beat.
Chicken beat Adair 3-1.
3-2.
3-2. Oh, right, 3-2. So that goes to 12 and 9. So yeah,
Yeah,
the most that Shep can get to is 13.
13, and they're at 12, and that one win gets them to 13. So
Yeah,
that is
so
the
this is
tie.
officially the tie at worst.
Yes.
At worst for the unknown. And at best for the boys. So with that win though, Ron securing at least the tie. So the for the boys will not have an undefeated season. I mean, technically they could still be undefeated, but
Yes, as we alluded to earlier
yeah,
a little bit, could be undefeated, just not the
not
perfect season.
yeah, not fully won the season. And Ron able to stop that with a very, very close game there.
Still waiting here. I think both these guys needed a bit of a pull after this
Yeah.
marathon of a game one.
We have the second game, which is supposed to start in about a minute, or the third game of tonight was supposed to start in about a minute.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, no, I mean that's
That
kind
one,
of the way it
why
works.
don't you talk about those two matches that I won't be here for real quick while we're waiting for them to jump in?
Yeah, absolutely. So coming after these two or this match here, we've got a hero semifinals matchup. Tonk if you're corny going up against Tan Pan Surf Slam. You've got Always Just in Time versus Desharmo and CMAC versus Washington in the Wind. And we are jumping right into game number 2 here. We'll
Here
get
we
back
go.
to
Here we
that
go.
hero matchup.
Dear my fury.
So as you said, there's Ron's Druid coming out for Sheep's Priest. All right.
All right, all right, all right. It is that that priest once again. So we'll see. Shep's trying to take us for the long run here.
Yeah, really, really extending it
I
here.
kind of wish the priest won, so we wouldn't have to see it again. But that's okay.
The best part, I guess, that coming soon, Res Priest will be gone. It will be rotated out with the core set. This will probably be the last time we might have to see it on stream. So why not do an hour game with it? Just hold us at gunpoint with Res Priest.
There we go. Ron finding this solar eclipse there off of Nature Studies, discounting that GA, so it can come down a little bit sooner. But for now, just gonna see probably that shapeshift here. Move on with our lives. Solar eclipse could be used on this lightning bloom to get a really early guardian if we want. On I suppose on turn 5, right? You solar, you go up to
No,
8.
because that would use the discount on the
No, you
Guardian,
solar
right?
eclipse. You solar eclipse. It double lightning blooms at
Double
5.
lightning
It
bloom,
costs
sorry,
1.
yeah.
You double lightning bloom, and then you play the guardian animals, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So on turn 5, that can happen.
Ooh, if Innervate could happen a bit earlier now.
Yeah, innervate. If you innervate first, you can do it next turn. If you innervate, solar eclipse, lightning bloom, GA.
Maybe could be the pressure that he needs to close this out, but then you're sitting with a lot of nothing, looking for some top decks. German Shep just gonna start digging around, see what it needs to do. Doesn't actually has the Amet in hand, but nothing else to really play. I'm not sure where he's gonna go with that. Hoping to get something. Mind Games could, I guess, hoping to play I guess maybe pull the Acera or one of the Guardian Animals.
Yeah, I don't know if Mind Games is that
Yeah, but
good. I mean, both players have some pretty high value minions, but it does
yeah,
pull a minion from your deck, which is maybe the reason to play it. The other one's really not doing too much in this matchup. Penance maybe hits a little bit, but yeah, I think Mind Game's the only one that's maybe doing something.
yeah,
So
it's really Nova. Yeah, that takes the mind games.
all right, and let's see how with that overgrowth though, could
Oh,
innervate solar overgrowth here to double ramp if we want, or just wait again that turn. Maybe save that solar eclipse for something else. What's in the deck here that we might want to?
I mean that GA
I
sounds
guess
that double
yeah.
GA.
I mean, double GA is not bad, I suppose, but yeah, it looks like we are going to overgrowth here.
You can do it double GA next turn.
Yeah, I don't know if you. Yeah, I guess you can double GA this early, right? What's their removal for it? They don't have their plague available till
Yeah,
even at earliest. You saw one palm reading, so at earliest it's 8 mana. They've got a coin, so 7. So yeah, if you do it next turn, you're not afraid of really anything removing your board. So might be worth it, especially if a minion gets played. But it looks like we're not going to see that. Grave Rune. Can start making some sticky minions here.
there's another Grave Root, but so Cartoot picked up. Decisions.
What is a loon's will?
I mean, Wave of Apathy can stall if you need stall. Grave Runes, though, one of those cards you like in this deck for sure. Gonna go with the A wave here, though.
And here comes
Mind
Mind
Games
Game.
coming down, hitting the 6/6
It's
strongman that we just drew, and it is gonna be played here. So looks like we are gonna double GA. Oh no, just going for the Ysera.
oh yeah, all right.
We can innervate GA and maybe draw some of these dream portals. This does let you strongman as well.
And again, just Cartoot sitting in the hand here for German Shep. Decent way to clear, but Ysera is just a really strong minion this early on.
What is
Man,
a
so yeah,
loon's
just
will?
German Chef just really think about what he's gonna make
happen.
of this turn. He's got a ton of removal in hand, but nothing really warrants the removal here. Just gonna gets a dream portal right off the top
Wow.
to Ron Mexico, and you'd love to see those. Gets
Oh,
a
no.
second, yeah,
A
gets a
sister.
second dream
It's a
portal.
sister.
Wow,
Lake
they
Thresher.
run in packs. So I think Lake Thresher just comes firing out here. Maybe not. No, just gonna use your share, push 6 damage. I mean,
Yep.
yeah, wow. 2 dream portals off the top there is pretty insane
Yeah, you
for
gotta-
Ron Mexico.
Yeah, the Plague of Death is 3 turns away, which seems super far at this point. So
Yeah, no, it's really out of hand and just dealing with these big minions. I mean, Priest has always had issues dealing with 4 attack minions, but they
Yeah.
got 12 health as well. I mean, this is the pressure you need to put on the Res Priest. So, I mean, convincing Infiltrator is a decent way to start dealing with it. But outside of that, you really don't have a way to revive it after it gets killed. So maybe it's the Cartoot to come down.
Is a loon's
Man,
will?
difficult turns because you really might just see a Guardian Animals coming out here for Ron afterwards. Going to be able to rush 2 beasts into this
yeah.
and absolutely push a huge amount of 19.
Oh.
A Dream Portal number 3
Do you
with
want to
wow.
Do you want to
20
Guardian Animals right now?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You push 19 damage here,
Okay.
no matter really what you get.
True.
And now you have a Twilight Runner. Oh, but the Twilight Runner is really awkward could draw. Never draws his portals, right? Never draws his portals.
No.
Already hit 3 off the top, and now he's going to push 19 damage. I mean, this is how you pressure a priest.
Yeah, and the plague is 1 turn away now with the coin.
Yeah. I mean, that's... Hysteria is just not really... Hysteria, see what happens. I guess Apotheosis, or Wave of Apathy, sorry, is going to be able to save you a little bit with a Hysteria, kill off a few minions, but...
Yeah, I mean, Wave of Apathy, not going to be really not. I mean, Double Breath clears off 2 minions. Double
Yeah.
Breath, Holy Nova clears off 3. It's not really enough. And that's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mana. You can then coin the wave.
And then
Do you
you're
have to use
alive.
all of that? I mean, then you're alive, but Hysteria sometimes clears multiple minions with the Ysera, so maybe you Hysteria the big Ysera and then see what happens.
Actually, that Malagos pickup, I just realized that he still does have 1 Dreaming Drake in deck, so he can find a little bit of burn damage in this
That's
matchup
true.
if he has to. Goes for the
Here's the
convincing...
Wave of Apathy with the Infiltrator. Gonna make it harder to get through. No big big card here, not finding
No.
the survival.
Guardian Animal... Wait, is that just... Oh, yeah, right?
Yeah, the GA off the top should
Yeah.
be enough. Doesn't matter what dies here. You have one of these hits for 5. You can
And
even
the-
play this strong man if you want to be
Yeah.
extra safe, but I think that will just be it.
All right. Well, that was not the marathon that we were...
Well, there you go. That will secure the win then for the unknown, but still
Yeah.
have at least one deck that needs to get through here for Ron with that rogue to really secure it.
Well, that's nice. Little bit of spoiler. It doesn't get the perfect season for the boys.
Yeah, wow.
But yeah, Ron is taking this Res Priest to the cleaners right now. Still has this rogue, but as you said earlier on, like this rogue might really struggle into these remaining decks here. To see not as marathon as a game 1, so hopefully not too much of a wait time here. Ron just has the rogue left in it, so
Yeah, with the
German
rogue
ship.
remaining, maybe you bring this warrior in first.
Yeah,
Has the better
you-
answers.
You nailed it.
Watch.
You nailed it.
All right, so that is the case, and it is going to come down to how early this rogue can get pressure down and if there's answers to it. Right now, the brawl is available though, so could answer some boards potentially. We'll see what is kept for Shep though. Might just full toss this or just keep that skipper. Really big card in the matchup.
Yeah, full mull. Shep just decided when he wants to keep. I would highly think the Rattlegore's gone here. I guess you don't know what, or you do know what type. We are in pro. We are still in pro. We know exactly what decks they're playing.
Yes. Still in pro. We're past that threshold that we thought, but still here.
Still here, still going. So Risky Skipper and the Armistice picked up with the Blood Swords. I mean, that's a combo you want to see for, especially with Rogue can put out these really annoying small boards that can just really whittle you down. Especially with lackey generations and like 3/2s and things like that. So nice little early game to deal with that. More cartoots. I don't want to see cartoots anymore. I
I'm
don't.
tired of seeing them.
I'm getting very upset, and Cartoots always
You've seen
turn my
enough.
back. Yeah, no, definitely. Not a bad reborn minion, but I don't think that's what Ron really wanted to see. I guess it actually is, and we're doing OTK, not Enrage. So yeah, no. I'm gonna decide. I guess that's not a corrupted Nitro boost, which makes this turn awkward.
Yeah, and actually
Yeah.
just
Wow.
gonna
Okay.
prize plunder to
Wow.
draw one. Just
That's
a
a
hand just saying I want to smork before you can clear.
Yeah, that's a very good combo card off of that world for one to just draw through a little bit faster for Ron here. On Shep's side, this board's kind of getting, it's not unmanageable, but it's a little bit annoying at this rate.
Definitely a little bit annoying.
No really straightforward turn here.
Does have the Skipper Armorsmith to clear a lot of this. Could
Yeah.
go for that, but Sword Eater just clears off this Whirl Kick really nicely.
Yeah, I don't
Not
want to
too
be
worried about the
leaving
rest
any of
of
that
it.
up.
Yeah.
Leaving up World Kick seems not fun.
All right, so gonna probably go for the Swindle here. See what happens. Another Swindle found, so can try to go for something next turn.
Yeah. Yeah, this Nitro Boost sitting in the hand too. Still no weapon. I mean, just looking to hero power off of it. So Miscreant picked up preparation. Gonna be able to boost up these questions just a little bit more for next turn. Might see one going on one next turn. Cutting class into a battle rage, double battle rage. Not exactly what you wanted to see. I'm trying to figure out what you want to do here. I mean, still not the most pressure coming out from this rogue turn.
Yeah, really
Yeah.
not putting too much pressure down. Has both questing, so maybe can start applying pressure, but we already have actually no removal for one yet. So gonna have to find removal for it. I guess the Deathwing sort of is removal.
Ooh,
If you get that to work.
Jandis.
But now with the Jandis, might just see that come down. Will be able to be answered with that Skipper in hand. So we probably will just see that. Maybe we'll see the Skipper. Oh, wow. So hitting the Moon
okay.
Fang.
Yeah.
It's a pretty fun one.
I mean,
Let's see.
yeah.
Finds the Brawl off the top instead. Could go for the Skipper turn. That clears off a lot of the board. Not all of it, though.
Yeah, because you don't have the second minion after the Skipper. Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times with this deck, you want to save the Skipper for when you can also Bloodsworn, but you can do the
Yeah.
Skipper Armorsmith draw for 3 here. I think is pretty good.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Uses your cards in a very and removes quite a bit on the board and just leaves the Moon Fang up, which then just gets answered by any of these minions left on board. Second Brawl, and Zephyr's the Great. Or how long we'll have to wait to see Zephyr's turn online. Actually drawn through quite a bit of his cards so far, and second risky with the other Battle Rage in hand is just going to allow him to draw even more.
So many options.
You're Ron. Do you ever flick this Armor Smith?
It
Not
does
the-
remove all the healing in the
Yeah.
deck, or the big healing.
Yeah. Oh, risky. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, also a good target.
Rip out the Abyss on this Armor Smith and just go face. Yeah, so armor gain really taken away from German Shepherd. Massive armor gain, I suppose. Still has ways to gain a little bit. Still has the shield blocks. Kargath in the deck to do a little bit more.
Here comes that brawl.
Flick left up and Nitro Boost Poison. Gonna push 9 damage here. Ooh. Ethereal Lackey.
All right.
That is a 6/6 flick. Wow. And it being at 10 health, I mean, Rogue has very easy ways that they can clear a game out at 10 health. You see,
Yeah, I mean this is looking pretty close. I mean, able to get rid of the skipper means that some of those big power turns are gone.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. So Ron can kind of just extend to no ends. And I mean, you see the one brawl, so you get punished by second if you're assuming he does have it, which we do see in the hand of Shep. But this isn't really an overextension here. And
Yeah.
if Shep has to brawl here, that kind of gives Ron the go button on these questings sitting in hand. Not the biggest way to buff them up quite yet. But Prep Blackie can definitely get you to places you want to go.
Oh yeah, it definitely. There is a chance here. Brawl could answer some of this. We'll see what German Chef decides to do.
But if you, I guess on the side, if you brawl, you don't have a way if this flick stands. Okay, he is gone. There's second brawl gone, and that's
All right. Yeah.
World
kick. No combo card yet. Could find it off of this
Ethereal. Let's see.
Ethereal.
No. Oh yeah, Coheres if you want. Ooh, Secret Passage though is
Secret Passage could just find it. Prep Secret Passage.
Shadow Step, Backstab.
Yeah.
So
Shadow Step
see.
that again. Sure. Can find some more reach potentially.
Another Secret Passage.
Wow. Okay.
You better start playing, yeah, if he's gonna go. Maybe doesn't use it right now. Just gonna wait probably next turn to fire that off.
Yeah.
Stays in hand. Yeah, wow. Ethereal Lackey coming in huge there. And now no skippers. Shield block. Zephyr still not available. We do have Deathwing to clear up this board. And I mean, that might be where we have to lean towards.
Yeah, I think that might be the only answer here. We'll see if it's going to be enough.
Yeah, it's getting close. Putting him at 8. We do have the Secret Passage in hand. If we play the World Kick, we're looking for any combo cards to really start popping off. So let's actually leave the Deathwing up. Backstab drawn. Curious to see if he wants to play this questing as well. Oh, just going right for the Secret Passage, hoping for any combo cards. Prize Plunder is great. And Edwin. And an Eviscerate, so we are 5 damage. Second Edwin. We're digging. Ooh, and that's where the combo train stops.
All right. Well, still not enough damage, but getting there. And without those skippers, it's going to be hard to gain tons and tons of armor.
Yeah, I mean, we have... Armorsmith Blade Storm only gets you one because of this awkward Plunderer sitting there.
Yeah.
The shield block really to dig, see what you can get, keeps you in the game. You've seen both eviscerates. And what are we waiting for this Zephyr? It's probably still quite a bit. I mean, 12 cards in the deck. Trying to think. Better to Battle Rage first. Let's give you more mana, but tough decision here from German Shep. All right, we're gonna see the shield block gets the Ankar, but really that's just gonna pull a Sword Eater out of the deck, which would then not be playable. Allows him to clear up a World Kick, sitting at 9 health. Both World Kicks gone.
Oh.
And gets the Kargath. I mean,
Yeah, I mean,
it's
still in it.
Yeah. I don't know.
Oh, that could find the lethal, maybe.
Yeah, evolve. Like, there's Rush Lackey can give you one. Shoot Lackey can
Spell
give you
Lackey,
two.
Shoot Lackey.
Spell Lackeys can give you stuff. We get none of those. Draconic just to see a dragon. I mean, the board's just getting a little bit more. Huh. I mean, just Circus Amalgam, right? It's just a good minion to allow you to do things.
Yeah,
Oh,
at this
North
point.
Damu. All right. Yeah, it just wants the Nas. And, I mean, both Brawls still used, and the clear is gonna be... There's a shield
It's gonna be
slam.
tough.
Yeah, clear is gonna be very difficult here. Yeah, these lackeys are just so awkward for Blade Storm turns. Just, you get the one proc and
Really,
then
yeah, it
that's
really just
it.
does ruin that Blade Storm.
And you do have the reborn minion to go behind it. I guess you could shield slam the Guardian, and if you Blade Storm, you can
Yeah,
put
then
your
you clear
face.
3 minions.
Yeah, and then you could put your face
face
into
in.
the Plunderer. And then I suppose you could, and you could Kargath into the 1/4. But then even sword, no, you can't sword you behind. That's too much mana.
Yeah.
And then hero power. Yeah, I mean, that would full clear. I guess Blade Storm going for the Armor Smith into it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean the Blade Storm does help you gain a little bit more armor.
But there was a way to I guess clear off the 1/3. We have seen only one Nitro Boost Poison play. Do we have a second in the deck? We don't. So I guess he knows he's not leaving up a 1/3 doesn't mean that's it. Secret Passage. See what we can get. There's
All right,
Edwin.
another Secret Passage. Wand Thief.
Oh, Wand Thief could be
Could
burned.
find something. Frostbolt is burn.
And then Passage. This is out of the deck, and you've only got 2 cards left. Another Wand Thief with a Shadow Stab.
Another Wand Thief Shadow Step. Oh boy.
Oh.
Is it going to be enough? Are we going to find it here?
I guess pick it up and try it again. So close here, Rod. Just digging for absolutely anything. Looking for a fireball. Oh,
Too soon.
magic trick. Gets the dead. Eviscerate. He gets it. Oh man. Wow.
Well,
What a series, and finds the 3-0. I did not see this coming. What a series that was.
Wow.
After that 40-minute game 1, I thought for sure we were in for the long haul. but Ron able to find just enough damage there at the very end of the game. Wand Thieves coming in handy, all of those extra draws. I mean, what a series.
What up, guys?
Oh, hey,
What
Ron.
up? Oh, hey. Congratulations.
That was crazy.
Wow. So Dave,
Unfortunately, my team did
Congratulations.
not manage to make playoffs, but we
No.
did end
Boyle.
the
Yeah, you
undefeated
foiled.
streak of For the Boys, and that's not nothing.
It's
No,
certainly not
that's-
nothing.
yeah.
That was well done, and you were able to do it in a commanding way. I mean, they still had a shot in your match there. I think once you had that first win, though, you guaranteed the tie, but you were able to seal it there. You finished it off. You got the win then, and then after the win, you got the match win. I mean, it was just one thing after another. Some crazy shenanigans with that rogue, especially. I mean, how do you feel? It's got to feel good to finish the season that way. Maybe you didn't make the playoffs, but you were able to get a big win into a really good team.
Yeah, feels good, man. Shout out to German Shep, who's an incredibly strong player. And man, I mean, there were 2 games where I just kind of high rolled. Like Rogue did a nonsense thing, and just at the end, like it was crazy. And Druid was disgusting in game 2. Like he just had no chance. But game 1, I was like, man, where the hell is Ticketus? Why won't he show up? Why is he just hanging out? We took like an hour in the first game and then 30 minutes in the next 2. It was kind of funny. But it feels really good to get the win. You know, I'm excited to see For the Boys light it up in the playoffs, and just wanted to give them a little black eye before they did.
Oh yeah. Smashed him. Congratulations.
Yeah, sorry for putting you guys through that Warlock versus
Hey,
Priest
you know
game.
what? I enjoyed every minute of it. There was
fair.
there was a point there. There's actually one turn there that I do want to discuss. Is I almost cost you that hysteria that German Shep played. Could have healed him out of range, but you excuse me. You ended up using the Plague of Death to clear. I believe it was just one minion when the hysteria you had in hand could have cleared it as well, and it would have left you with the same exact board. But you chose to use the plague there, and then were kind of stuck when you played the apotheosis. Luckily, didn't you know, you were able to get the lethal off the overdraws or the, you know, just being out of cards in the deck and stopping the heal. But super close there. I don't know if you were able to catch that.
Yeah, no, I was
turn,
actually
but
really on the fence about it, and I think it's just a straight misplay. It was just a brain fried kind of play where I
yeah,
was like,
long game.
well,
I can
what
understand that.
if because I wanted my militia to stick on the board, and I was like, what if, you know, militia, because the hysteria play was like hysteria and play militia to try to get through the 2/5 that was on the board. And I was like, well,
Right.
if I play the militia, then he's just going to have a really easy way to clear it with my Plague of Flames, because he'll play Alusha and he'll take
Sure.
my Plague of Flames. But I wasn't thinking about the fact that he had held that apotheosis all game. And then I got super lucky that the what was it, the 5/5, the card I just named.
Sociologist.
Militia.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, the sociologist last
Yeah,
card
my brain's
after
still kind of
every
fried from that game.
all of the
But like, I was so lucky
yeah.
that that didn't hit his cartoon just a single time. Because if that happened, then I lose. So game
Yeah.
1 was like crazy close. Game 2 was not close at all because I high rolled. And game 3, I knew I had to, in an unfavored matchup, just kind of step on the gas a lot with the rogue and try to find as much pressure lines as I could as quickly as possible. Um, and funny enough, my 2 real secret passages just wanted to hang out at the very bottom of the deck, but I just found different ones that I
Yeah, you
was
didn't
like,
need
if I can
those.
just find Wand Thief, maybe I can get there. And then Wand
Yeah.
Thief's like also at the very bottom, that I had to do the passage again, and just finding like exact lethal on exact mana as a like done was just absurd. But
Yeah. Three
props to
wand
Jeb.
thieves.
That
Three
was a
wand thieves.
lot closer than a 3/0 actually looks on paper.
Yeah, especially that first matchup. That was that was down to the wire. So yeah, no, congratulations. Again, not in playoffs, but got to play spoiler. So
Hey, we
it's a
take those.
little bittersweet at the end there for you.
Yeah.
Well, we're gonna lose someone here.
Yeah, I'm gonna head off, but enjoy the next matchups. I'm sure they're gonna be a lot of fun. It's a fun time casting in.
Itching to go.
Oh yeah, they've been like 30
They've been
minutes
waiting
over, right?
patiently.
Oh yeah, they are 30 over. That's fine. They can blame you, Ron.
Yeah.
All right. Well, good luck. Good luck. I will see everybody later.
Take care,
Thank
man.
you.
Bye bye.
Yeah, had a little bit of a at the beginning there, but just to remind everyone, we're moving into Hero Series now. So you win with the deck, you stick with the deck. You have always just in time for Tonk if you're corny. You have Desharmo for Tan, Pam, Surf, Slam. And I believe if Desharmo gets the win, it's not over if Justin gets 2 wins. I believe he could still have a chance to get in here. But this is semifinals for Hero. So everything's on the line here. Moving on, they're gonna go into the finals next week. So it's gonna be some
That's right.
great
Yeah, I know for
matches.
sure Desharmo has the opportunity to lock things up and put Tan Pams into the finals with this match, at least with some game scores. And then for Justin, obviously, I mean, maybe it's not completely over if he loses, but he really needs a win to keep his team alive to put Tonk if you're corny in the title game as well.
Yeah, winning is absolute must, I think, for Justin. I don't think he's thinking of any other. Maybe if I get 2 wins or anything, he's got to win flat out. No questions asked here. And I mean, these guys are going to put on a show, I am sure. Real quick, yeah. What are the bands, Saku? I was just say, what are the bands? All right, who do we got first? 3, 2, 1, go.
Sweet, let's do this.
Uh yeah. My wife just got the first one of that and gets her second one next week, and she's not looking forward. I guess the second shot, if you get the 2-based one, is the second one's the worst of them all.
Your back. I make my
All
own.
right, jumping right in here. Rogue v.
right.
Rogue.
And both players looking like Whirl Kick.
Oh geez,
I see a Whirl Kick in Justin's hand. I see Edwin Miscreant Eviscerate in Desharmo's hand. This is the mirror for sure.
Oh man, this is spectator giving me a little bit of bugs here. See if we can't get this working. There we are.
Good old Hearthstone.
Good old Hearthstone. All
right.
right.
Desharmo pitching the opening hand back, finds a Pharaoh Cat for turn 1, lets it rip. Just in time, though. He's got one better than a Pharaoh Cat. He's got a golden one.
That's what I'm saying. Golden Pharaoh Cat gonna one up Desharmo. Set the precedent right off the bat. Desharmo actually draws both secret passages, so a bit unfortunate there. Really just want them later in the game, and you definitely don't want both of them in hand at the same time. Well, say goodbye, Golden Pharaoh Cat. You have been dealt with.
Oh.
Oh no.
Cat.
The worst reborn in the game. Oh, I just saw what was in Just in Time's hand. That generous mummy. Oh man.
Yeah, you hate to see the generous mummy. I mean, it is golden. Hey, flashy.
Yeah,
But
I guess.
you are not really gonna ever be able to play that unless you have like double rush lackey or witchy and double shoot lackey means this generous mummy is gonna rot in hand for a while.
Yeah, especially into a rogue mirror. You do not want to give rogue any more mana discounts than they already have.
Yeah, that's a no thank you on that one.
That's a hard pass. There's the swindle turn from Desharmo. Just try to gather some resources. I mean, not a whole lot. Does get the Wand Thief, but has no real way to combo it. You have the other Miscreant in hand, so kind of a bit of a clunkier hand from Desharmo here. Justin does find the Janice Baroff, so a turn away and got double shoot.
Well, 2 turns away, right? He's already used that coin.
Yes, he did. I was just panning for it and I could not find it.
But yeah, Desharmo having to go just a little bit slower in this early game. Justin also a handful of cards, but not a whole lot that he wants to do either here. You see, these players are just going to be taking it easy. Just yeah, I'm a dagger, hit your thing. You know, oh yeah, that sounds good. I'm a dagger, hit your thing too.
Yeah, it's not a typical matchup here to see Rogue not playing like smaller, annoying minions like by turn 4. Gonna see a prep Wand Thief and
I like
finds a-
this move from Desharmo. We probably
Yeah.
plays the Miscreant after this. Yeah, like the he's
Polymorph.
considering a passage.
Huh. Yeah, just thinking about it.
A little
yeah.
on the risky side with J-Bar and Flick still in the deck, but says, I need to find some more tempo right now.
What? Yeah.
Well,
Oh, think about what you're doing. Yep. There we go.
okay, yeah, he's going to corrupt this Nitro first.
Yeah, corrupts it, gets a swindle off too, so draws
Honestly,
even more into his hand.
at this point, he's played enough cards. He may have just preferred prize plundering down that Miscreant, but wants to use this Nitro instead, pushes a little bit of damage, gets the 3-1. It's something.
Yeah, I guess it's eventually this 3's hitting, whether Just in Time decides to trade it himself or Desharmo just pushes it face. There's always a chance you can get a taunt lackey and make it a little bit more sustainable, but yeah, and again, Just in Time's hand is pretty reactive in most senses. Double shoot lackey clears up the board pretty nicely, but then where are you looking for your other 2 mana?
YOLO, slam the generous mummy,
YOLO,
let's go.
Just say, here you go. See the secret passage? I don't know. With a little bit of generation, it would be extremely interesting to see him just slam it and say, here we go.
Yeah, I mean, you know that's not going to happen. Justin's
No.
just kind of carefully considering options. I think he wants to set up for the J-Bar. It would make some sense to just clear up the board, maybe using one of these shoot lackeys.
Double bar.
Goes double plunderer here. Says, I don't need these guys for combo. Surprised to see the shoot lackeys being held, but they are useful, I guess, for their own combo activators. So this is fine. It still develops the board. Needs to be answered.
Yeah, but I double prize plunderer being used on the side of Just in Time. Now, Desharmo kind of looks and says, well, I can, if I find anything big, such as, a questing or an Edwin, I'm not worried about it getting plunderer down on a big turn. I'm kind of free to use it. If eviscerates are hitting my minions, they're not hitting my face. So
Absolutely.
Desharmo a little bit more. Obviously, World Kick can do World Kick things and generate a ton more of prize plunderers, but it gives Desharmo a little bit more.
What's the witchy gonna do? A hench clan. Well,
That's
stats are
sticky.
good.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's
And there comes the
boy.
plunderer to clear up the biggest threat on board. Okay. Do we just see a J-Bar get slammed? It doesn't feel as good with the Shade Quill up, but it is the only minion that survives this board with
Yeah,
the effective trades.
and gets an A-bomb and a Naga sandwich.
I mean,
That is my
it's okay.
Yeah, I mean this A-bomb is I mean, you have to pick the A-bomb, right?
Yeah, you really don't like seeing that one off of J-Bar. It just kind of wrecks your own stuff, and it's
Yeah.
a little frustrating. You know that there's already a 4/7 minion, so that 4/4 power doesn't really matter. There, it would die to the minion anyway. Might as well just let it die to one hit. The alternative, though, is that Desharmo could, test for it and dagger up, punch the abomination, and then get the free easy kill of the sandwich with the Shade Quill as well.
Yeah, no, absolutely. At this, I mean, these now prize plunderers really have to trade.
It does change the math, though, for Justin. I'm sure the plan was, let's just clear up their side of the board here.
So this must...
And now, I love this move from Justin. Use the abomination to your favor.
Yeah, because now this leads into, okay, we're definitely going here. The questing picked up with the Titanic Lackey, though it makes it a lot harder.
True.
To kill with a prize plunder. Actually, after this A-bomb gets hit, would be able to just one off though, right?
Corden, how hilarious would it be though? Desharmo's got the option to just poly this 4/4 death rattle. Say, you want to use this abomination against me?
Yeah. Or
send in the damage in. I can
we survive
use this
here.
to my favor.
He could push 10 damage here, and I mean, you got a Vis and the other Secret Passage in hand. I don't disagree with that whatsoever.
One of the more frustrating problems is just, the Shade Quill will just give Justin more health right back.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of a safer line here, since you're gonna heal anyway, whatever. And
Edwin.
Big Eddie?
Yeah, 6/6.
It's a reasonable size.
Now, yes, the shoot lackeys do deal with it with an eviscerate. Want the first, see if there's anything better to
Justin
deal with.
Always looking for information first. Maybe same logic as Desharmo. Polymorph is really good to hold on to as an answer for a future questing. Blizzard wrecks wide boards, which is great for what Whirl Kick does, and Apexis direct damage. All these options reasonable.
Yeah, these are, I mean, I guess Apexis, but yeah, Blizzard can deal with those really annoying 2/1s and smaller board. It can even stall a turn to allow you if you do see a massive questing come
what's
down
in the box?
It's always the box, right?
Oh, I gotta know, Corden, what's in the box? No, Justin, no, don't do it.
He was
Justin.
responsible. You never want to see responsible.
Well, I'm out, guys. It's been fun.
Yeah,
Have a good night.
Day ruined.
I mean, that was the smart, reasonable choice. I was about to say that Justin was running low on resources, but AI is a really nice refill.
Give me a quest.
Yeah, that's the responsible choice. Obviously, the hot pick would be the Yogg box, because, the box could be anything. The box could be an arcane intellect. That's what I mean. You know what I'm saying?
Box could also be box.
Box
and
could
that's
be
just
box.
mega hype.
Yeah. All right, we are pumping up this questing adventurer. Again, the shoot lackeys and the Vis gonna be able to just deal with it pretty easily. Could also just trade eviscerate and see what happens with this arcane intellect.
Yeah, a very questionable move from Desharmo to rip that second secret passage. That was his last good way of creating more resources and throw it out there just to try to have the chance at getting the questing as big as possible with a hand this big for Justin. Very risky. And it looks like it's gonna be punished probably pretty severely here, and Desharmo just completely running out of gas.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part is Desharmo's been pushing and trying to do as much damage as possible, but Justin's going to be able to clean up the board and then develop even more after the fact. Oh, we see the mummy because Justin's going to say, I don't think you have cards in your hand. So,
yeah. Might as well play the mummy now. I mean, he's also already seen 2 secret passages get played. worst case scenario for Justin would be, Desharmo's holding like a no, he's useful swindles. I mean, what
Yes,
can
the
he
only thing
how
is,
can he really
is
punish?
I guess what that random spell could have been off the polymorph or off of the because we still have the polymorph, right? So
True. Yeah, if the random spell was draw and then he finds like Whirl Kick and Whirl Kick generates draw or something, but yeah,
yeah.
about the safest time to play Mummy you can ask
Ooh,
for, and now
here we
Mummy's the
go.
5/4 Smorker. Here comes a Whirl Kick. We're going nuts now.
Yeah, this is just even more. And gonna be able to combo into an evil miscreant, create a little
Big
bit more,
fine.
and can shadow step and just pick up the Whirl Kick if he's worried about it getting killed.
Yeah, lots of extra resources. Could also make a bigger Edwin on the next turn with it, but Shadow Step, this is just such a problem for Desharmo.
Yeah. And Flick in this matchup is actually pretty upsetting because you're flicking your own stuff as well.
Yeah,
So
it does not feel good here.
No, and Desharmo hasn't played either of his Whirl Kick masters yet. So I mean, backstabbing the Whirl Kick's fine. But then outside of that,
Yeah, I don't know if this is anything more than just clear the Whirl Kick and, take another minion off the board and dagger up and pass, maybe?
you have to kill the mummy. You're leaving the mummy up.
Okay.
Ooh,
Just gonna,
okay,
oh,
polymorph.
wow,
then.
and
Ooh.
has to use the polymorph here too, or feels like he does, and that is going to be
This is
really
Edwin's-
brutal
yeah,
for
this is Edwin
Desharmo when he
City.
sees Edwin coming down.
Oh, gets the Foxy at hand as well, just for a little bit more discount.
I mean, you now have a 2-mana Edwin play
That's
with Foxy Step
yeah.
Foxy. And Justin is holding a Whirl Kick already. Justin just has an absolute like embarrassment of riches here.
Yeah, and I think that's what we're gonna see here. Gonna step this Foxy, maybe. Think if
I
he
mean, the
wants to
only unfortunate
overcommit.
thing for Justin is Edwin is his only combo card. But
Right.
you know what? Just jamming a 10/10 in the sequence is probably fine. He may even decide I can juice it up by another +2/+2 by playing one more minion here.
I mean, I think a
Before
10-10's fine enough, and then you could
Playing
just
Edwin or Nitro.
ooh, sheep.
Okay, wants to kill the flick, makes sense.
Yeah, just worried about stepping.
Is he gonna taunt this Edwin? No, okay. He's just making the biggest Edwin possible and ending his turn on the single combo generation
16,
rather than
16?
trying to find more combo. It's another
Oh.
Edwin!
Oh, Whirl Kick.
Okay, that's an out. Desharmo can find a coerce.
Oh, no way.
Does not find the coerce.
Hooks him.
Could find a brain freeze. Otherwise, he's gonna find the lethal himself. Well done, Desharmo. You found the lethal. So Justin will take game 1. This rogue will stay up, and Desharmo's rogue will be eliminated.
Just that Edwin gave another Edwin.
Yeah, go figure. That was pretty funny.
Yes, the Desharmo's rogue is gone. That does leave up Justin Times, rogue, and sorry, what were the bans against Saku? I did not catch them at the very beginning.
The bands were Desharmo's Priestess band, and AGT's was Warlock.
Paladin? Warlock, okay.
Yeah.
So into this rogue, it's Whirl Kick. What are you bringing out to try and nail this in the bud, Ron?
So Desharmo has Druid and Warrior is generally very favorable against Rogue. In almost every archetype that is available, Warrior is favored. My match versus German Shep notwithstanding, that a ton of things had to go right for me. Normally, Warrior does very well here.
Yeah, and from the look of it, we're looking at a Silas OTK Warrior.
Yeah, Silas and Bulwark did giveaways in Desharmo's hand, so he is going to be the control-y version. I think gains a little bit of percentage points against the Rogue as well. Maybe Enrage Warrior is like the best, with Silas just slightly behind, but both of them favorites into the Rogue, so this will be interesting to see if Desharmo's counter Q can pay off here.
Yeah, it's always the nice thing, I suppose, about Hero is you've got the element of surprise coming out next for you after the second game. If you do lose game one, you basically pick your matchup. Especially if you expect them to lead out with a certain deck, you can kind of tailor and say, okay, I'm going to make sure I can beat that rogue, and then you can come right back game two and stick it to them.
Absolutely. And I think we kind of already know if Desharmo wins with this warrior, it's going to be Paladin coming out from
Oh,
Justin.
yeah.
But he does have to get the victory first, so we will see. I think we are in store for a longer game this time
Ye-
around.
Yeah,
Like a
I mean,
45-minute game?
a
did you say?
45-minute? Another one?
Warrior has a tendency to do that. They just press the button a lot. It makes it harder to make the face explode.
Yeah, that's what I mean, right?
That's what I've learned.
Desharmo is just trying to... He's just stalling, just waiting to get his pieces.
Ooh.
Mask of Cthulhu. Okay. And actually gonna prize plunder the armor vendor.
Yeah, so I like this move from Justin. Again, it's an unfavorable matchup overall, and you know that the Warrior just wants to buy time, make it to the late game, and eventually beat you with all of their value and control-y things, or the OTK as it is in Desharmo's deck. So Rogue just needs to keep the pressure up. Great play using the Plunderer there, getting resources out of hand, generating some too. And we'll see if Justin can keep the pedal to the metal.
So many options.
Yeah, Minefield in the hand and Bladestorm and Brawl. I mean, Desharmo has everything he's really looking for to stall out the match as quick as possible, but really needs to start hitting some type of draw, whether it be, drawing the pirates out of the deck with a Ankar, or, he's not even damaged for battle rages, so in an awkward position. Are we just gonna see the nope, just
Ooh,
once
Justin thought about this for a while. Maybe I dagger, maybe I take the chance that he doesn't have the clear like a minefield, but gets the bad news. Desharmo does in fact have the minefield, and there goes your board.
Yeah, and now I mean you saw the minefield, and Questing Adventurer picked up there. This sounds like just a hero power pass turn to me. I don't know if you want a secret passage with 2 mana. It's just you still have some high cost in your
So
deck.
many
Yeah,
options.
passage feels pretty rough here.
Yeah.
I thought Justin might have actually used that Shadow Step on the last turn just to get more off of Wand Thief, since the hand was looking clunky until a later passage turn. Now with nothing to step and not much to do, gonna have to be patient for a while now.
Yeah, and I mean, just you don't want to play the questing. I guess the temptation is you just saw the minefield. But yeah, hero power pass. I think that's the proper turn there. And Armor Smith picked up second one in hand, so really just missing a skipper to make this whole thing come together. But can also combo with the Bladestorm. Now we see the secret passage on 3 mana.
Yeah, also holding the Jandis Barov makes it more attractive to play this secret passage. And there it is.
Wow, I was gonna say
Last
he
card
doesn't.
found, gets the Miscreant, gets to keep those Nitros and have them
Gets to
corrupted as
keep
well.
4 cards. Wow.
Passage and it was looking awful until the very last
Yeah.
one.
How do you like that interaction with corrupting Nitro Boost turns it into a different card?
Not a fan that you get to keep
Yeah.
it off of secret passage.
Not a huge fan.
It feels like cheating, and Rogue does enough cheating already.
Yeah. I think I'd feel okay if it was corrupted while you drew it again out of the deck. That doesn't bother me as much, but I don't think it being corrupted should change. I guess it does change the text on it. It's
Yeah.
it's a bit upsetting.
we know Desharmo's pretty well experienced with this
Mhm.
matchup, and should know now that Justin is holding 2 corrupted Nitros, since those did not shuffle back in
So
to the
many
deck.
options.
So he should have a little bit of an idea of a good amount of Justin's cards here. this is an interesting option being presented by J-Bar, and also an interesting decision point. Do we use one of these shadow steps to get J-Bar back?
Yeah, I kind of like killing the totem Goliath here. I think Adept just sticks more than often, and no, chose the Adept. And does
I mean, it's
pick up
hard
the
to say.
damage.
You're also trying to mind game your opponents sometimes too.
True.
But this totem Goliath is actually so obnoxious to deal with, because you can't even Blade Storm once it dies, because the totems that spawn, one of them's different health.
Yeah, no, exactly. And I mean, this is where Desharmo has to, yeah, where are we going? I mean, Kargath is a great pickup to try and see which one of these we want to kill, and he's gonna, yeah, so he guesses, I guess, wrong, technically, because putting 4 damage in the one that dies for 1 is a little bit awkward, but does get a decent clear, and here are the totems.
All right, so on the other hand, Desharmo has a built-in pretty easy brawl whenever he
Yes.
wants it now, with the board being so flooded. It also locks out the J-Bar from just being slammed on the board again for a dangerous board. But Justin, as we and Desharmo already know, is holding 2 corrupted Nitros, can just kind of buff some of these 0 attack things and start sending damage.
Yeah, totems become useful. A head crack picked up by
He takes
Justin.
the head crack that's buffed by a spell power or
Yeah.
a spell damage totem here. And that's also just infinite damage. Could be a way to eventually get there. Yep,
Yeah,
and
I mean,
here's double Nitro. Justin's going in.
it's a lot of damage this turn. Depending what the next draw will be. Drum roll. Shield block. So.
And Blade Storm is awful here. This
It really
probably just
is.
has to be a brawl. And that feels
Yeah.
so bad for
Yeah,
Desharmo to have to use this only brawl in his hand.
Yeah, brawling here feels very awful with, with the board of totems. But if you don't, I mean, you're just. It's such an awkward spot. Rips the brawl. Leaves up the spell damage totem.
All right, well, on the bright side for Desharmo, that is a minion with 0 attack. On the negative side for Desharmo, that's a Mask of Cthulhu in hand on an empty board. That's 2
Yeah.
eviscerates. That's a head crack. There's just so much damage here.
I mean, if he just rips the Mask of Cthulhu here, he could have 8 damage on the backswing with the Eviscerate head crack, assuming the Wrath of Air totem survives.
And Justin was actually 2 off lethal on this turn. With I mean, it would have had to be kind of funky to activate things with like Shadow Step the totem and then play the totem, but then double Avis and head crack would have set Desharmo to 2. I kind of like just ripping the Mask of Cthulhu on that empty board here.
It's an
but
empty
Justin,
board.
he did see the brawl, so he's like, okay, let me just throw another J-Bar out here. Infinite damage with head crack. Keep it going.
Yeah. I guess that is also the argument is you haven't seen much more from Desharmo, and you get to pick up this Barov one more time.
Oh.
Just value city for just in time right now, and Barov pickup. Oh man.
And yeah, Tanpam's fans hate to see this here because
Yeah.
Desharmo was pretty much all but dead.
I mean, he could Barov, Blade Storm, you can hit the ashes that come out, and then but you can't shield block, it's just hero power after that. And then I think that's lethal, would it
Alright,
not
so
be?
Desharmo goes up to 14. I mean, there's no spell power anymore.
Or 8.
I don't think there is a lethal just yet. Oh, well, I
Prep.
spoke too soon.
I still can't. You still can't mask.
It's
You have
it's off
10?
by it's off by 1.
11.
It's actually off by 1.
Wow, it is too.
Justin is so close.
Yeah, he's got 10 damage. And
I
could
mean, once
prep-
again, I still just want to rip the mask.
Yeah, I mean, you hit him for 9 here. And then you could ethereal behind it, see anything else to give you damage, but you just got everything in hand. I think Justin's
Actually-
just counting here. Is there a way he gets it?
Is in play here. Justin could just go prep mask and then rip the J bar.
Yeah, just gonna rip the J bar anyway.
But yeah, just still holding back. Here comes J bar. Pretty good ones.
Choose suit.
Yeah, awkward to deal with.
Mind games time. Do you pick the better one or the
Think
weaker
you
one?
do, right?
Justin plays it straight up this time.
Yeah.
It looks like it just picks the 4/6.
I was just gonna say, I this is what I have. Second brawl.
All right, yeah, Desharmo's gonna rip the shield block and pray.
Archivist Elysiana.
That is not
Expecting
helpful at
a
all here. Okay, that's a 4-1 effectively that survives. Is this lethal now? This has got to be lethal.
So we have, yeah,
There's
they
an
have
empty
17,
board. Hit him in the
5,
face.
12.
Play the mask. Prep
Yeah.
the Abyss. Play the other Abyss. It's way over lethal.
Yeah,
And that'll do it.
had lethal just out of hand there, I believe.
Oh, he's doing more head cracks too.
Just cracking
All
his
right,
head.
Justin.
I see you. Exact lethal with mask. Oh, there, yeah, that rogue gets a very surprise win over the warrior.
Holding back 8 damage in hand. Yeah, so sometimes Rogue just, I mean, it pulls like crazy nonsense. In both games that we saw Rogue beating the Silas Warrior, it started with J-Bar doing some nasty things.
Yes. Yeah,
And Justin's like double step on J-Bar. Just, it was so much for Desharmo to have to deal with.
Yeah, so much value in that game from J-Bar, like getting a totem Goliath and sticking some minions that were just super awkward for Justin or for Desharmo to deal with. But with that, I mean, Desharmo just has his druid left. And it's going into that rogue. And with the world kick, if we see a token, I mean, if token gets off to a strong, explosive start, it could definitely sneak in, but the longer it goes on, I really think the rogue can just steal the game away.
Yeah, generally World Kick Rogue is favored into at least token druid.
Yeah.
However, there is a druid that it's not favored into.
The little guardian animals you
You
talking
know what
about.
that druid is. And I happened to have casted last week, or maybe it was earlier this week. I don't know. Time is an illusion. Everything's blending together. Regardless, at one point, I casted a match or a series of matches with Saku, and we watched Guardian Animals in Hero Series win 5 games and lose none.
I mean, it's one of those decks that can like you haven't seen it in a very long time, so you don't really remember how to deal with it. And you know what? We see it here, I think. The Guardian Animals Druid.
Hey, there's a Bloom, a Ysera,
Ooh, but
a
guess
Defender.
the weight. Could this be Highlander?
Possible. It could be Highlander. We can't know just yet, obviously,
Yeah.
in closed list.
But yeah, I mean, Guardian Animal, especially with getting like Moonfang, which is such a sticky minion on the board, only taking 1 damage every time it takes any damage. So getting that off at GA and being able to rush it into something and then stick around, it just gives the deck a little bit more work. Obviously, it can get burned down very, very quickly in the early game against some, stealth rogue, things like that. Man, still don't know. I think this is just Guardian Animals, though.
Yeah, and Justin had his own Guardian Animals in hand, but he threw it back in the mulligan. I can't believe it. No J-Bar.
Nope.
It always pulls like Moonfang, another Guardian Animals nonsense.
We're
Okay,
looking
we do
for-
see a
yeah.
clown here.
Oh, yeah. So definitely runs that power, or not Power of the Wild. That's not the card.
Survival of the fittest.
Survival
Yeah.
of the fittest, yeah.
Same difference. It's all good.
The Wild, Survival of the fittest, hand in hand.
They both buff the board. It's
Definitely.
basically the same. I mean, sure, the costs and buffs are slightly different. Whatever, same card.
Buff your board 1/1, buff everything everywhere 4/4. Details, minor details.
Yeah. Yeah, Ron.
All right, so
Nobody.
pretty nice pickup for Justin. Finding this prep off the top has the option to either prep Swindle and Miscreant potentially, or try to stick the early questing, which can often carry against Druid. Right now, it would only be a 4/4, but
I mean, yeah,
Sharmo might not be able to handle this.
yeah. Other than getting a broom out of here, but then still you're using so much of your coin lightning bloom to get rid of it. Overgrowth picked up will get you a little bit closer there.
Desharmo is still 1 off, right? Mana
He goes
wise,
to
yeah, for
6,
Guardian
7.
Animals. He could have been at 7 max with his mana cheating. So no Guardian Animals answer just yet.
So he could do it next turn.
But next turn, this
Yeah.
questing could be massive.
And I
And we
mean,
will see.
yeah, on the side of just in time, and good for Desharmo, he can't really abuse his questing. There's no secret passage in hand, and the cards that he has to really combo off are not not that great. You've got a wand thief that you might want to combo off of a miscreant. So really, are you empty-handing an eviscerate here, or even a nitro boost to uncorrupted to get something going? So looks like he actually wants to corrupt the. Oh no, goes for the wand thief.
So always just in time, not a big supporter of questing adventurer abuse. And I gotta say I'm here for
Yeah.
it, Justin. This guy gets abused all the time. When will the abuse stop?
Animated Broomstick is a really great pickup as well for a little bit after this GA. We'll see what comes off of this Guardian Animals.
I mean, honestly, Desharmo might want to go Strongman Innervate Broom as well here.
I do like it because you can't cleanly kill this questing unless you want to. Yeah, I was gonna say you trade first, but then you don't want to kill both your minions here.
Well,
And
the
you-
Cleaver gets to clean
but
this up a little bit.
Leaves up the.
I think on Desharmo's perspective, though, that Justin isn't holding Shadow Step. If he was, it 100% was
Right.
coming down
Right.
with the questing adventurer. So you can feel reasonably safe in just leaving this as it's just a 1/2 for right now. And unless Justin top decked a Shadow Step, this isn't really going to hurt you.
No, and this is, the turning point. The polymorph used on a 6/6 strongman just to push a little more, actually, to clear off this other Lake Thresher.
And I spoke too soon. It is going to hurt you. There goes
Yeah.
your 4/6 minion. Justin able to make really good use of these Nitro Boost poisons so far through this matchup.
You just saw him deal. Looking at a nature study turn here. I don't know if you want to drop the. Ooh, okay, just drop it. I was thinking that, but you have broom in hand, so Thresher is so nice getting out of hand with the broom, getting the immediate effect out of it.
True, but this also seems fine for Desharmo, not fighting back against the board right now.
Right.
And this is such a dangerous minion to try to develop into.
Yeah.
J-Bar would,
Oh, many.
in most cases, feel nice for Justin to play here, but no Shadow Step means you put a 2/1 right in between two strong minions that can just get cleaved down, and it feels awful.
Absolutely, yeah. So double world kick, double abyss in hand as well. Just really clunky. You need to be pressuring Druid, and we do not see that from Just in Time right now. I think you elect to use one of these world kick Abysses and trade off the
Yeah,
Thresher.
you probably have to get rid of the Thresher. It's just too dangerous, and it's blocking your J-Bar play. You still get to generate a card. Hope it's decent.
Blood.
It's okay.
Yeah,
It's playable right now, at the very least.
Yeah. Yeah, gonna use it. A little bit more combo, and we get a Hook Scimitar is very nice. There's a survival of the fittest, so that's an innervate survival with the clown. I unless there's a flick sitting in the deck,
Yeah, you go double innervate survival. You get to kill this whirl kick on the board. You have a. Oh no, Desharmo, don't do that. Don't do that. You won't corrupt your clown.
Yeah, think about it.
Okay.
Okay. Phew.
Normally, yes.
Yes,
Normally, that would
100%.
be perfectly fine.
No, you want a board full of 8/8 clowns and like outside of Flick.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Oh, wow.
and that's
A
gonna
flick right off the top. I was about to say if Justin doesn't find a flick this turn or next turn, it is
Envoy
pretty much game
Rustwicks.
over. This is brutal for Desharmo. The Rustwicks find 2 off of the J bar. Takan actually equally broken in a lot of different ways for Rogue if you can find a Shadow Step and start getting more Miscreant Lackey generation.
Oh man, the play
No
was
hesitation.
correct.
Turn
Yeah.
9. 4 to 8/8s. Desharmo slams this down, says, okay, game over unless you have flick. And
Oh,
Justin
and
says, yeah, I have flick. No big deal.
I feel so this is. And it kills if he runs a second copy. It kills the one in
Which
the
you
deck.
know he 100% runs
Yeah,
another
and
copy, so
I mean,
no more clowns.
oh man. And Desharmo, I don't know. I guess Yashiraj off the top would make you feel really happy after this, but wow, this is one of the
And, yeah.
coolest animations. But oh,
Flick OP. And this might just end the series right here. Desharmo kind
Yeah.
of acknowledging it too with the
I
well
mean-
played. Like, there's basically nothing he can do.
yeah, he pushes 12 plus, like pushes 16 here with the Abyss. Doesn't use it though. Just wants more power. Twilight Runner. What do you got? Oh no. I guess Ironbark gives you a taunt.
You probably have to take the Iron Bark.
Yeah, it does cost 0. So, yeah.
Then I suppose, yeah, you guess the weight. I mean, you're going to be almost certainly playing this Twilight Runner.
All right. Well, we
Giving it
could
rush.
overflow into
The
an
alternative now
Anubis
with the defender pickup is maybe you overflow instead.
Yeah, and you could pick up another Anubitas. Oh, okay. Overgrowth.
Alright.
GA.
Time run low.
Not quite good enough either.
All right. Well,
And I mean, at the
Ironbark.
very least, yeah, this Iron Bark will help Desharmo stay alive.
Yeah. Ooh, Passage is a really great draw. But World
Is he
Kick.
actually still dead?
You need to use 7. So Evis hits here. That hits here. He's
Oh,
got
it's too close,
9.
but yeah, not there just
Yeah.
yet. Unless World Kick generates a kill, so you definitely go for it if you're Justin here.
Yeah.
Does not fight it yet.
Do you hold the
coming to be-
Eviscerate?
I think you just evis the minion and trade the 3/2, so
Yeah.
you can, you know, not take face damage and keep trying to push.
Second hook sim.
And you know, Justin holding the passage, so if this attempt at lethal fails, you know, there's just another one waiting in the wings with passage, trying to find more stuff. Desharmo at 2 health.
Another survival, but Overflow is going to be able to play this Anubisath.
Yeah, definitely want the overflow here.
Oh,
Picks up another broom. Pretty
and a
big.
second Anubisath. Okay.
Wow, okay. Things turning around for the Druid.
Able to deal with the board pretty handedly, and no Eviscerates left in the deck for just in time. So, really, the direct damage, is there any more direct damage in the deck?
I wonder if you push 5. No.
I think you have to respect,
Decides
right?
not to. Yeah, you probably can't take the 2 damage there. Rogue has too many tools to
Oh,
get you.
man.
Well,
Wow.
Miscreant maybe changes the calculation. No, rip passage.
Yeah. I mean, but I still don't know what. Backstab. Questing's okay. Oh, okay. Wand Thief.
Wand Thief can definitely find a lethal.
One.
We know Justin's used both eviscerates, so all the burn is basically gone from Justin's deck.
Oh, wow.
One Thief Grix. I mean,
all-
Mirror slows things down a little bit. You probably have to take it and play it.
Yeah, and you've seen both brooms, so you know you're safe.
Yeah, at this point, Justin wisely throwing out the questing, try to make that as big as possible. Here comes a Swindle, looking for more resources, a prep, and oh,
Solarium Prime is
what?
shoved off of the
Oh my
Rustwicks.
god. Gordon, are we gonna get to see what's in the Prime box?
There could be
I'm
a
excited.
prime. There could be a box in that Solarium Prime. Oh man, this game just got turned on its head.
I mean, I guess you rip the prep too. If you're Justin, make this a 5-5. I don't know if it really matters.
So wait, we have a GA, so we're not lethal. No, we're not lethal. He only has 19 if the GA hits.
Oh, activator makes sense. So, Guardian Animal's an option for Desharmo here that does
Yeah.
give him rushers. I think you just have to do it, or one rusher.
Oh,
That's right, because he's down to. Maybe
he
you
o-
didn't have to do that, because that was the only
Yeah.
other
oh.
beast in the deck.
I
Although, you know, a rushing Moonfang to clear a questing, it feels
yeah,
pretty
that
good.
feels great. Wow, just respecting every
Okay.
inch of this board.
Come on, Justin. You
He's
know what
gonna
you have to do.
Well played.
Yes! You most the well played
He does it.
beforehand. Here it is. What's in the box?
Rolling Fireball just hits the Moonfang.
Wow.
Oh,
Raked Fair
oh
Game
no,
does
oh no.
nothing. Mysteries does nothing. Pyro goes.
There's a box. There's a box.
Ooh, not.
There's a box.
Oh my god, it casts a puzzle box! Gordon, it
There's
cast
a box. There's a box.
Oh my god.
Bell Scream.
Oh,
Rustwicks.
shenanigans. Oh my god. You gotta be kidding me.
Aura.
You gotta be kidding me. Oh, if you're Desharmo, you just gotta be in an absolute tilt spiral right now.
No.
This is so brutal.
No. He got it.
Wow, actually clears the Moonfang.
No, he's not
too,
there.
And
No, he
develops
is.
the board. And gets,
No, he's not.
Incredible.
He's no
I mean,
dude.
not exact lethal damage yet, but, you know, basically.
What an
they're- wow.
absolute
Wow.
monster.
Whew. And, I mean, that's just such a feels bad moment for Desharmo here.
Oh, and what is this gonna cast?
Oh my Yogg.
Mind control.
I mean, hey, you take it, I guess. If you're
Yeah.
Desharmo, fine.
You're
You were
strong.
still just playing this strong, man. You wanted
I'm-
it to be bigger.
Well
I mean, there's no direct like unless we get shoot lackey. It has to be shoot lackey, right?
I don't know yet. I don't see it immediately in Justin's hand for the
it's
lethal.
over. It's
Oh
over.
wow. Oh wow. Just rub it in.
Poor
Gain 10
Desharmo.
armor on your way to the victory, and yeah, this. Whew,
After getting
everything
flicked,
went Justin's way.
I mean, after being flicked, Desharmo just tried to fight his way back by any means possible that game. Got so close, and a Baroved Rustwick pulling a Solarian, getting a box. Like,
Wow.
I don't know how else to you close out a game 3. I mean, that's the way. I guess if you're gonna do it, that's the way you do it, right?
Well, I mean, maybe it's destiny. We need our Tonk emote, right?
That's very
'cause
true.
Desharmo was missing a chance to
And that's a
put
sweep.
Cams in the playoffs and knock Tonk out. But Justin goes ahead and picks up this sweep here. Huge
Yeah.
for Tonk and Corny. They take the lead in the series now, 10 points to 9, with one game remaining between CMAC and Wash in the Wind, which I think is
That's the
currently
one we
underway.
get.
That's the next
That's
one.
what we got. Yeah.
So
Oh, I thought they were playing it. We get to cast that
we
next?
get to cast that
Right
next.
now, my
I should have
friend.
looked at the schedule.
So here
That's
comes Justin
amazing.
time.
Hey, Justin. Wow. Wow.
Yeah. Wow is just
I think I think I may want to use some stronger language than I should on stream to describe that last game, but
That was
What kind of language
absolute-
were you using there, Justin, at the time?
a few
Wow.
4-letter words, but
Yeah,
what the
so-
actual heck?
I mean, hey, big
Wow.
respect there
Yeah.
for slamming down that Solarian Prime, no hesitation. I was gonna say normally, you should be punished for emoting incorrectly because you emote the greetings when you do it. But this being a friendly THL match, I appreciate the sportsmanship, the well played. I think was fitting in
Yeah.
this moment.
I mean, I played my outs. I kept the passage to try to hit the high roll Solarian Prime, and Solarian delivered, but oh my gosh, that was just ridiculous. The thing I'm really disappointed at, the thing that I would have loved the most, I was laughing out loud when I saw Ducharmo, who played to his outs very well as well, played the survival on the last turn. If the Yogg Paladin Secret had turned it into box as well, and he had somehow come back and won the game with a counter box, that would have been the greatest game of Hearthstone ever played. And there's not that
True.
many 10-man spells either. It was like decently likely.
There was a chance. We were unfortunately not blessed to see the additional box, but oh my god, that Prime with literally the very last spell that
It's
he
a box,
cast
yeah.
out of his 5 was the box, and just absurdity ensued.
I see the first 3 go off, and I'm thinking, okay, this Prime has to be like a lot. This Prime has to be like top 5 percentile of Solarian Primes to win me this game. Sit to the first 3 spells go off, go, okay, this isn't it. 4th one, Pyro. Oh, my cards are still green. I guess it didn't hit the 1-5. Yeah, whatever. Guess it's done. 5th one, okay, now we're gaming.
Yeah, that was pretty absurd. I did think in the I guess, crazy decided by RNG games, like that one you also had the flick right before his
Yeah.
turn 9 clown board, which was just so nasty. But I do want to talk a little bit about the Rogue Mirror, which was a very interesting one. You actually passed on the box. It was just fate that we were going to get a box later in the game. I think it was the right move at the time. You did take the AI, which is safer, but you had the option for the box. Did you think about it? Even just a little bit?
No, but I mean, I was that entire game. I have to go back and review it. I don't know how well I played that one. I haven't played too much Hearthstone recently, and when I have been playing, I haven't been playing Rogue. And it was just a very weird draw that I had all burned, but my opponent was at 30 health and ahead of me on board and was hitting his draw, so he had more resources than me. So there's a bunch of decision points I had around like turn 4 through 6ish, where it's just, oh, do I try to ship everything face and just kill him? But instead, I went for the alternate game plan of trying to outlast him. So at that point, turn 7 AI was like maybe the best spell I could have gotten off Lawn Thief, or one of the better ones to give me more sustain. And just because my hand was so dry of value that I was just I needed stuff before the box. But I really don't know how well I played that one at all. Especially, I think it was turn 5, the decision point, when my Jandis popped out the A-bomb, Facer trade
yeah.
there. Those would have resulted in 2 completely different lines for the game. And I really don't know which one was better. Fortunately,
Yeah,
I guess
that was
he drew a
interesting.
little dry as well, so somehow I was able to
I thought
outvalue
for a
him
moment
despite being
Ducharme
so.
was actually going to use his polymorph on your abomination.
Yeah,
That would've
Which
been
would have
really
been so
interesting,
sneaky,
yeah.
but he decided against it and let you just have the board clear. I thought that
Yeah,
was a very
there's
nice
some
pivot
major punishes
on
to
your
that
part.
line of play too. Like I knew obviously Taunt Lackey, Evolve Lackey, but any of those would have been mad. But just anything else like that, I could have really gotten blown out of the
Yeah.
water. But fortunately, he drew a little dry, I guess.
Well, with your win, you keep your team right in playoff contention, or continuing into playoffs. Getting the sweep over to Sharma there actually put you guys up 10-9 now. So, I mean, it just comes down to who's going to win. That's
I
really
wonder-
it.
I wonder when that match is going to be played. You guys know?
I think it was supposed to start a half an
clue.
hour ago, but somebody wanted to play a 45-minute priest game.
Yeah,
Ron.
Yeah, you're welcome for that. It was also not relevant for my team making playoffs because we were already out of it. But you know what? I was just like, you guys like these kind of games, right? Let's all sit here for a while.
I think I more than doubled Ducharme's time on that series as well in turn, so I definitely share part of the blame as well.
Oh, that's
But,
all right.
yeah.
We've caught 15 minutes up. So, any final words here before we jump into that last match of the Hero playoffs?
I'm sorry, Ducharme.
There you go. All right.
The
Thanks,
only
Justin.
appropriate ending.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I mean,
quickly
hey,
happen. Great catch
sometimes
up,
you get the
guys.
scams. Like I was saying, maybe it's just fate, and we're all destined for a Tonk emote. What more evidence do you need than that? But congratulations to you on your win. You definitely navigated the games very well, I thought, and sometimes some scams pay off in your favor too. So good luck to your team. Or maybe, I guess, in fairness, good luck to Tan Pams too, because we're going to see the decider match right now.
More luck to my team, please. More of what we've been getting. We could use a little. C-Mac, is he running Solarium Prime? He's not running Maze. That doesn't mean he's not running Solarium Prime. I believe.
You took all the luck with you on your game. This is straight up Hearthstone at this point.
I'll quit yapping. You guys have at it. I'll be in the stream chat. Have
All
fun.
right. Thanks again. All right. So, right into it here. We've got the final game for the semi-finals match. Talk if you're corny. We've got C-Mac going up against Tam Pans, Wash in the Wind. We're going to see Druid, Paladin, Rogue, Warrior versus Druid, Paladin, Rogue, Warrior. But for your bans, Wash banned Rogue and C-Mac bans Pally.
Well, maybe Desharmo told him what happened, and Wash is like, no rogue here. No, thank you.
No rogue here, exactly.
And yeah, C-Mac banning out the Paladin here should be pretty interesting to see what the leadoff decisions from these players will be.
Yeah, it will be interesting. With no pre-spring, I guess leaving the Warrior up, I guess he got pretty rewarded there for the Paladin. So, yeah, we'll definitely see what the lead out is. I would assume you will see the Rogue come out for C-Mac. Just seeing what Justin just did. I mean, I can't imagine why. Or sorry, he banned Rogue, so you'll see Wash's Rogue come out, maybe trying to jump off a little bit of that magic we just saw with Rogue.
Yeah, I'm still just kind of in shock at what we just watched. That was pure nonsense.
Yeah.
Pure nonsense. Hearthstone in 2021.
I mean, shout out
Peak
to
Hearthstone.
Desharmo for after that flick turn. I think I would have probably just shut the computer off and said you won. But Desharmo had a very strong chance, and other than that RNG box, I mean, he brought himself back into an extremely strong position. So I got to give him a shout out for that. That game looked like it was all but over, and he put himself in a position for a great return win.
All right. Great comment there. And don't disagree one bit.
Absolutely.
So now we got Wash in the Wind and C-Mac. So Wash in the Wind is going to be at the bottom of your screen or first to spectate, with C-Mac at the top of your screen. And I got the players to rock and roll now, so they should be some eyeballs.
I think they're just waiting for a little bit of deck selection. Still a hero, so that first deck that comes out, it really makes the difference, because if you win, you're stuck with it. And as we said, that counter queue almost comes out from your opponent on game number 2. So always interested to see what comes out.
Players are in.
All right, let's do this.
So-
No more waiting. We're going to decide who takes this series. Tan Pam, Surf Slam, or Tonk if you are corny. Here we go.
So both of them, Wash bans Rogue and C-Mac bans Paladin, and they both say those decks are great. Let's play them. Comes out with the decks they ban. I love it.
Nice.
Yeah. So looking at the hands right now, questing gives you World Kick vibes, and C-Mac, wow, that hand is filthy. But I did see I mean, it could be pure, but I would lean towards the broom at this point in time.
I am having some spectate issues though.
Oh, that's
Try to
all right.
rejoin.
But the hand currently for C-Mac is Eldor Attendant, double Libram of Wisdom, and double First Day of School.
I will say that Wash just told me Golden Cat just for you, and I am here for
There
it.
you go.
I
did.
love to see it.
Golden Cat gave Golden Micro Mummy. So big happy faces. But I mean,
Much improved Mummy over the other
much
one we saw
improved.
Justin
Yeah.
have.
Micro Mummy is way better than Generous, but Generous got work in.
True.
Wash gonna backstab and just might see a Wand Thief off of this. Nope, just gonna elect to trade. Keep the healthy cat on board and don't allow C-Mac to really fire off. And now we do see the Penflinger pick up. So every spell known to mankind in the hand for C-Mac.
Yeah, great start for C-Mac. He's really only just missing another Aldor Attendant, maybe a Crab Rider, and the 5-mana 4/6 taunt, the other Aldor that gets
Yeah.
more discounts, and Paladin's just feeling real good.
Yeah, so we're gonna see this Living of Wisdom come out on a stealth or a Worgen Infiltrator. So, I mean, do you ever just leave that stealth for the entire game and not play it, and then just explode in a turn of explosive bursting?
Easy.
Oh, there's a wow. Are these?
Those were identical
That-
options
right.
to a different Wand Thief we saw in a previous match. Yeah, that was very weird.
Okay, yeah, and like the exact same order too, right?
I'm not sure on the order, but maybe.
So
Yeah,
gonna,
because I remember.
we're gonna apologize ahead of time if all of Wash into Wind's cards are the same as Desharmo's. So
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Definitely. I guess. does get the polymorph with Tashamu had last turn, so if we see I guess we won't see a Jandis getting a abomination on the side of C-Mac, but you never know.
All right, here we go on C-Mac's end. Initiate tilt. Hey, loser. It started. Wasn't me. Oh, hey, look at that. Another golden cat. I see you both players. I like it. Coming out with the Libra Wisdom next on the cat.
Yeah, full gold. So again, from Wash is he's got a pretty defensive hand. That backstab can help clear up pretty well. So we're gonna see Wand Thief's gonna come down. Combustion's a extremely great pickup. Actually deals with his board very nicely.
Yeah, not a bad find here at all. Wash
Yeah.
just grabbing the combustion and dealing with the board.
Yeah, just keep pushing slowly but surely. We do see Aldor Truthseeker was picked up a little while ago for C-Mac, so he's just waiting for that turn to pop off. Libram of Hope drawn. I mean, we're getting to the point where if Wash doesn't find some really strong minions at this point and floods the board, these Librams are just going to get out of hand here.
Yeah, C-Mac has a near perfect hand for Paladin right now. I expect we're just going to see him coin out this Truthseeker. It's just so strong to get this on the board. Have your third Libram discount now. The Libram of Hope now costs 6, and he can really just do everything Paladin wants to do. Wash needs resources bad.
Well, Swindle's going to get him those resources like you were mentioning. Pulls the Abyss, so he's able to clear this Aldor if he wants to, but I think he could also just use the Prize Plunderer with the Feral Cat. Or is that not enough? We have played only 3, so we'll have to trade, yeah. Which I think is still fine. You're still developing the 2-1 instead of a 1-2. Oh, but yeah, Penflinger in hand, double Librams are discounted at the moment, and Shotbot off of the Pharaoh Cat.
And here we go, C-Mac doing a whole lot of hey loser in now.
Yeah, this is not the team from Wild Pay Loser. This is just Penflinger doing pen things.
All right,
Oh,
out comes the Fly Booter and gonna buff this one too. Just divide up the buffs.
I actually like him to splitting up the buffs there.
Yeah, it had the option to just clear up the prize plunderer too, but
Yeah.
not really necessary to do so. So CMAC just playing this very well and continually applying the pressure right back onto Wash.
Yeah, Kartet Defender coming down. Gonna be able to corrupt that Nitro Boost poison in hand, but not gonna get the maximum heal you
Oh.
want.
More discounts.
This is like the very first game we saw. We had double Eldor Attendant, Eldor Truth Seeker, and we were playing Librams of Gidam for 2 mana. It was a heartbreaking match.
Yeah, every now and then Paladin just seems almost invincible. If it draws right and gets the discounts at the right time, then things get so problematic to deal with.
All right, well, we're
And
gonna see a Libram of Hope here, and
I love this play by CMAC. Just,
Ooh.
slams this down and doesn't put any Libram on it. So if there is some kind of transform effect that he doesn't know about in Wash's hand, which we obviously know there's a polymorph, Wash is incentivized to use the polymorph on the Guardian, but that's not even going to get rid of any Librams.
No, and that's, I mean, the absolute thing. The Eviscerate and the Corruption from the Nitro Boost is going to be able to. Kidnapper picked up is really not what you want to see right now. That just completely stops the train.
Yeah, this is not great for Wash either. It just puts this Whirl Kick Master on an island, and even punching into the shot bot, it doesn't matter. Another one comes right back, and it's still just so easy to kill this Whirl Kick.
Yeah, so much used on that turn just to stabilize the board, and CMAC with a full hand of just absolute great cards with the double wisdoms. The Aldor could come down, a hand of a doll for extra draw. I mean, you really can't ask for much more in this situation. And Wash is just sitting with the polymorph, so I mean, maybe if CMAC gets a little greedy and doesn't split up these wisdoms at some point, you see this polymorph come out. But I don't know if he ever does that and doesn't split it up.
Well, I mean, it might be fine to just put it on the shot bot right now, just for the extra damage. Because you're 6 up 2 and probably don't care that much if they get silenced, just knowing that you're eventually going to find your Liadrin. You have all the pressure in the world. Wash seizes the opportunity, of course, gets this silenced, plays the Plunderer. But there's not enough coming from Wash.
No, I mean, he's begging for
4 mana off the top. This thing costs 9. It's turn 8.
I mean, yeah, Paladin doing Paladin things. There's the Crab Rider, but I mean, yeah.
Now at this point, any minion comes down from Wash and Crab Rider can very possibly hit it twice for a draw 2.
Yeah, Eviscerate and that is just, we're dead with Penflinger.
Yeah, this is game over.
You can Eviscerate Kidnapper to send one back, but
it is the only play that makes you not immediately dead.
Yeah, but
you're still dead.
Yeah. The Blessing of Wisdom pickup is going to allow a little bit more card draw for CMAC. Allows a Penflinger to get a little crazy. We are going to see.
Penflinger just going face. There's the Blessing. This should be going face as well.
Oh, yeah. And Liadrin.
Oh, wow.
I mean, you just play stuff now.
Yeah,
Just
now
empty your hand.
C-Mac just dumps the hand. Make room for Liadrin.
Yeah, Sellett's Pride comes down, hopefully pulling the other pen flinger out of the deck for him, depending on what's there. But I
Actually,
mean, even
kind of surprised we didn't see Crab Rider get played here over the button,
yeah,
but I guess he's got enough room.
even with this here, I mean, goodness, a
Oh.
prep.
The prep draw. Yeah, Wash knows that there's just no
Yeah.
chance at this point. And Paladin takes game 1, will stay up, and Wash's Rogue is now eliminated.
Yeah, so seeing that, I mean, C-Mac's gonna has to come back with that Paladin. I don't really know what Wash comes back out with. It's got to be the Warrior, right?
Warrior generally doesn't feel good into Paladin,
No.
though, and Wash does have a Druid. Druid has lots of archetypes. Maybe he brings a Druid. I mean, if it's a token Druid,
Yeah.
a token
Yeah.
Druid actually has, I believe, a slightly favorable matchup percentage against
Right.
Broom Paladin.
Yeah, just because it takes Paladin a little bit of time to really develop that board, but yeah, looking right now from the hands, that's a gibbering, so it is token.
It is indeed what it is. So Wash has the counter to Paladin lined up here. We'll see if he can abuse this gibberling.
Even on coin too, which is what you love to see with the token. So
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, I'm throwing bees in Dreamway and seeing what happens because you can gibberling infested and then hopefully
you're hoping for nature studies and more things. I mean, Dreamway is a solid card. I think I also would have liked to see that get tossed back though.
Wow, but the hand from C-Mac even still.
Oh wow.
Oh
First day gives a
goodness.
scaling minion as well in that hot air balloon.
And an
And can just
Argent
immediately hand of it. Yeah, and has a divine shield too.
Yeah, I mean this is. Whew. I mean, you got to go here, right?
I guess you have to. Just I think that's where you just feel like you kind of had to throw back the Dreamway to dig again. Unfortunately for Wash, the double Savage Roar in hand is just not helping go off with a broken Gibberling turn. So we can see C-Mac just answer and stop this board from getting out of control.
Yeah, I'm actually interested in the hand there. I know it definitely draws you the card, gives you a really good minion, and you get the Aldor Attendant. All right.
Wow.
I was gonna say maybe sticking an Argent would be okay. I mean, you keep the Dreamway Guardian here. I think you have to rip it. And
now, I do like the move of Hand of Doll from
Yeah.
C-Mac here. Just high health on a health scaling minion as well.
Ooh, full trades.
Oh, and yeah, Wash needed to have a wide board, but you know, respecting that this minion can snowball health and just start cleaning up any board he tries to make. So just created such a problem for Wash here.
Aldor Attendant comes down.
You get a Penflinger hit, you get a Libram buff.
And he has the Libram of Justice. I guess just in case anything gets too crazy out of hand. Bee's pickup is a very nice draw here. Allows him to deal with this 2/4, but doesn't leave him anything on the board.
Yeah, I mean, it's not terrible, but you don't love it if you're Wash either. Looks like he's considering Guess the Weight because all these bees will die.
Yeah.
Actually thinking about a Savage Roar.
Savage Roar could just.
But gonna go with the bees, get rid of the board, push 2. Things look pretty rough for Wash at this point, though.
Yeah, I mean, Guess the Weight is going to give him a little bit more options. Broom drawn in hand is just absolutely nuts.
C-Mac just.
Yeah, like.
You can Penflinger clear one of these, play the Squire, buff the Squire as well, get your Penflinger back.
And you can rush in if you
You
want.
can use the Broom, but I don't think it's necessary.
No. Fungal, okay, a little bit of gas.
It's right before turn 5.
Yeah.
This is definitely what Wash wants. Find a Glowfly Swarm, go off.
Okay. Rising Winds. There it is. All right.
Finds it. Probably plays the Cub and pushes 1.
Cub actually. Yeah, because you play. Yeah, it doesn't fill your board with your Glowfly, so.
Well, you also
um,
might need the Cub to get through the Divine Shield if the Divine
Right.
Shield doesn't hit the Dryad, which seems likely.
Yeah, it does absorb 1 Penflinger shot as well. Gonna see Blessing of Wisdom come out. That Devout Pupil is most likely coming down this turn. I can't imagine why it wouldn't. There is a Libram of Hope. That is a key card in this matchup. If Wash does get a chance to push a ton of damage, that's really C-Mac's way to come back into the game.
Yeah,
Nature-
and all right, Wash going to lead with the Nature Studies, essentially free to play because of the discount that he banks for the Glowfly. Out comes the Glowfly Swarm, and that's a board of 6 2/2s for C-Mac to try to deal with. Oh, wow, another
Another
mega cheap
Devout.
overstated minion.
So, trade. I guess you have to, Because the awkward turn here is you can't Libram of Justice and do something. I guess you could Libram.
Probably don't want to use that Libram though. You can get 2 Penflinger charges if you
Right.
trade this Argent Squire.
Wow.
You're gonna get the Libram back. Wow, now the Aldor makes it free. Oh my god. You can play your Penflinger twice, you can Broom, you can play a super cheap Devout Pupil.
Yeah, I guess it just for my it gives you the weapon as well. But this does the pupil. I guess he could do it all now because of that Aldor.
Okay, I'm a bit surprised that C-Mac decided to float some mana here and not use the Penflinger at all. And, just press the button with the Recruit. Could have gone, Penflinger, buffed the Broom, and gotten the, Libram back, made the Devout Pupil 0, Penflinger again. But regardless, I mean, the play is just brutal for Wash.
Yeah, absolutely cleared the board. And I mean, holding on to that Libram of Justice, we do see the Arbor up in hand for Wash, but it's just going to get answered.
Yeah, what can you do but Adorable Infestation, Arbor up?
Yeah, you're going to be able to trade into one of these pupils, which...
One of these minions. And then, C-Mac holding Libram of Wreck Yo Board.
Yeah.
Is just going to wreck that board.
Yeah, Penflinger can, and then, yeah. Oh, man. Salhot Pride is actually massive, too.
You probably play the Pride and the Libram, then you use the Penflinger, and then you trade. I guess you could trade first. Not really relevant when that trade goes in.
Might actually be holding on to. Yeah, just...
Okay.
Okay. That's also very fair. That's just a massive, 2 massive minions on the board right now.
Yeah, I like this move from C-Mac. This is, how does the Token Druid answer the 8/8?
Yeah, it's always one of those things where I forget that Libram of Hope doesn't just heal your face.
Right?
Also, wow, guesses the lower and gets it. Can make it actually not a very great Gibberling board here.
I mean, it's gonna have to be good enough.
Yeah.
Just play the Gibber. You can use the Crystal Power to take off a Divine Shield too, if you like.
Yeah, actually would have been able to clear the 8/8 with the bees ripping and trading. I guess this does kill the Devout Pupil.
I mean, you do just let the Divine Shield kill your 4/3. Not sure I love that on Wash's side, but at the end of the day, just make a little bit of wider board. But I just don't see any way this Druid picks up a victory at this stage of the game. Paladin's done too much too well.
Yeah, Paladin got through that awkward early game where it really needs to find, and it found all of its early game tools to fight back to the board, and on Wash's side, didn't really get off to that explosive Token Druid start that you like to see. was able to make a board, but getting a self-buffing Hand of a Doll on turn 3 or turn 2, I just can't really beat that.
All right, C-Mac just flexing on Wash at this point, taking 3 unnecessary damage by face tanking a 4-1 and sending his Divine Shield into a 1-1. Okay, C-Mac.
Yeah, I don't know if, I mean, Wash is behind, but I don't think he's out. So this, I mean, one of these Savage Roars has been sitting in hand for a very long time, but I mean, the board's clean.
Yeah. C-Mac is pretty much almost out of gas, but hey, there's a card that just draws more cards.
And oh, hey, loser, more pen flickers. And Aldor is just another beefy minion. I mean, just from one turn. And now, yeah.
Double pen flinger just makes it so easy to clear up the minion on board here. We'll see if C-Mac decides to just face tank again or leave one of these pen flingers potentially out to dry. Yeah, taking the damage.
Now, I mean, I don't know if there's a world that Wash ever gets through these giant taunts, but if he ever does, I mean, C-Mac's getting very low, and there comes a point where a Solar Eclipse Savage Roar on a board with 3 minions or 2 minions could really put a hurt, though. Power of the Wild draw. Power Arbor up. I mean, we have the Barov in hand to answer as well.
Yeah, C-Mac's just holding all the answers. And I mean, even just the single draw of another Libram of Hope and any, chip damage just kind of gets neutralized. This pickup also looking pretty strong.
Yeah, I mean, looks like he's going to be using this Libram of Justice. Actually, now looking at it, doesn't have a clean way to...
It's a little bit awkward, but I mean,
Yeah.
it's pretty much fine. Like, you could leave out one of these pen flingers to dry. You could even leave 2 of them out there. Because you could reasonably expect, Token Druid probably doesn't have a way to answer these.
Yeah, they're very protected. You know the one card that Wash has been sitting in, you've seen it in hand since turn 2, I believe, so you have a pretty good call on what that card is now.
I like this cautious move from C-Mac. He does let a pen flinger stick around on the board. It can actually die because Wash does pick up a Lunar Eclipse, but there's just not really anything Wash can do. And that's card draw.
Wow, and it's pick up my pen flinger. Yeah. Wow. This full stream that we've been doing tonight, it seems Paladin has just, when it hits, man, it hits. And there's the Libram of Hope pickup.
Yeah, it is not stopping here. That's a 5-mana Libram of Hope.
Just 8/8, heal 8. I don't see a way Wash. Yeah.
Yep. I don't even know if Wash saw the Libram of Hope come down, but he's like, that's enough.
Yeah. Something's picking up. Yeah, something's picking up the pen flingers. I'm out of here. Well, I mean, with that, C-Mac is up 2-0, and Wash is only left with his Warrior, which you don't really want to be playing Warrior into Paladin.
No, you don't. Things are looking very good for C-Mac and Tonk if you're a corny right now. Yeah. And Wash in the Wind is dead. Last gasp effort to clutch one out for Tan Pams, and first it has to get through this Paladin, then it would have to beat a Druid and a Warrior to take things home. It starts with this one though.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one. I mean, we've seen a few Warriors tonight do well. We've seen Silas Warrior actually struggle extremely on stream tonight. So I don't know if that's really what we'll see, but we'll have to see what Wash has decided to bring.
Silas Warrior's getting punched in the mouth lately.
Yeah.
Maybe Wash has opted for an ETC to try to have a way to get through the Paladin. Although you would think that the lineup was planned with Rogue intending to get through Paladin, and with that dropping early, makes it tough. See a lot of control tools. Can't tell yet what type of control warrior this is.
Yeah, I mean, these are pretty standard cards that you see. Minefield is a little bit of a... It could point towards Silas, especially with double Aldor Attendant off of this opening hand is putting Libram of Hope to a 7. I mean...
Yeah. Wow. Just wow.
First day of school, see what we get. Angriest chicken.
I cannot wait to
I want to see the angriest chicken in
Yeah.
this game.
Always angry chicken. We gotta buff it and then Penflinger shoot it and then send extra damage cause chicken mad.
Yeah. Chicken very cross. So Minefield hopefully
Doesn't
clears off.
even clear the
No.
board. It's turn 2 and Wash is holding a deal 5 damage to your board and it doesn't clear.
Deal 5 to a 7 damage board. I guess it makes your Ankar next turn feel good.
Yeah,
that
I mean,
was-
you're always ripping the minefield there, I suppose, but you're not thrilled as the
No.
warrior.
No,
And CMAC just continuing to play very strong things on curve here.
yeah, Salhigh's Pride gonna be able to filter through that deck, get some of those one man. So I think really all we've seen is another Salhites and the Penflingers. Have we seen any other one attack or one health minions from this deck?
I don't believe so.
No. So I
Because
mean,
the other one just never died.
So this is Penflinger, double pen, or Salhite and pen, which... Oh, a Pyro.
Interesting tech for CMAC here.
Yeah. Maybe it was supposed... Maybe that was the tech to go after those token druids as we saw last game. You know, a little unfavorable, so... Ooh, Skipper is nice. So... We do have a big Skipper turn if we want to coin next turn to gain a ton of
Wash
armor.
has picked up the full deal 2 damage to the board, gain 10 armor combo
Yeah.
on 6 mana by using the coin with Skipper, Armor Smith, Merc if he chooses, but there's not really much to follow that. A Battle Rage to go along with that is
Oh,
a
yeah.
whole different story, though.
Yes.
If Wash can pick one up here in the next few turns.
Yeah, so depending on what CMAC wants to play and put on the board this turn, wow, rips the Libram of Justice just to get rid of this taunt and push some extra damage. You might just see a cutting class here.
Yeah, there's not enough pressure for the warrior to feel too worried about their life total yet. Armor Vendor, I think that can pretty distinctively tell us we're probably looking at a Silas warrior here.
Yeah, for sure. Now, do you throw one of these riskies with the vendor to clear this board?
Bladestorm is also fine.
Yeah.
Honestly, I might have preferred just Armor Vendor and Hero Power from Wash because a Bladestorm is something that you maybe want to use to clear up a Libram of Hope on an empty board.
Certainly, yeah.
But just taking all the minion pressure off the board for right now and, you know, reloading for CMAX next turn.
Brooms. Brooms is the other 1 mana. Or 1
Oh,
health.
of course. Oh, of course.
How silly of us. So there's the Silas.
They're so ubiquitous in the
yeah.
deck that sometimes I forget they even exist at all.
Is he going to Silas this? No, okay. I was a little confused at the coin, but I think it's just so he can Battle Rage.
Well, you can't Battle Rage alongside the
Oh, no,
board.
yeah. Okay. Oh, wants the Armor Vendor to go alongside of it.
This is the full clear of the Pride.
That
And
is
there wasn't
a lot of
any-
armor.
I mean, there realistically wasn't a whole lot of great ways to do that outside of this. He's also holding 2 combo pieces in Silas and the Shield Slam. So if this board can stick and Wash can draw with the Battle Rage, he really needs this board to stick though, and I don't think it will.
Yeah.
So he probably won't get much of a draw off Battle Rage, and they'll just be hoping that he can find that Ash Tongue very, very soon and get enough armor to pull off that
Wow.
combo.
So he's going to be able to draw for 3 here.
Well, you definitely take that if you are Wash. That is a big win. That 2 minions stuck around, and that's more armor and a little bit more draw.
Yeah, so I'm curious to see because you don't have a very. I guess, do you want to shield slam one of the, or you shield slam the
I think you
Aldor?
have to. You have 2
Yeah.
shield slams. You want to keep your armor as high as possible. And right now, Wash. Oh, okay. He's going to hit into the minion here.
Fair enough. I guess I like, yeah, because the armor vendor, you got to be careful because sooner or later you're gonna buff your opponent out of your lethal range with armor vendor giving 4.
Yeah, as things stand right now, though, Wash does
away.
just have a lethal with Ash Tongue. It's a 9-mana combo, so he's still got a few turns to wait here, but
Yeah.
he's got a pretty realistic way to
There
get
it
this
is.
set up.
Oh man.
Wow. Wow, he's so close.
I mean, you just. Oh man.
You got to hope you,
You
don't have that 8/8 survive the brawl.
You can blade storm behind it, right?
Yeah, you probably do it.
And then you're one.
I mean, ideally for Wash, the 1/2 lives and he presses the button and hopes he hangs on to win. And unfortunately for Wash, it is the 8/8, so we're going to see this Blade Storm as well.
So he swings here, and yeah, I mean,
Gotta swing. Has the lethal setup.
yeah. So Penflinger needs to rip off 3, so that's 2, and yeah,
C-Mac picks up the other Penflinger. I think he has a good idea that, this is coming.
Now, if you're on Wash's side, do you throw this combo anyway?
I don't know if you get a better chance.
Right? You're sitting
You've already
at,
seen a Libram of Hope as well.
You're sitting at 27 right now?
And you get to take this 4/5 Divine Shield taunt and have a 4/4 on the board.
I think you rip
Set
it.
your opponent to 1. You gotta do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, Wash is going for it. Here we go.
Yeah, 100%. I think this is correct. You're never going to be able.
4/5 Divine Shield taunt. Yes, send 27 damage. Seems okay, right?
Seems decent. Yeah.
Not your ideal use of Silas and Ash Tongue and Shield Slam there. You'd prefer to win the game with it, but I guess we set them to 1 health here.
Yeah, because I mean, like you said, like you alluded to, we've seen the Libram of Hope. Even if you see the second one, you hopefully have the way to get through it. I mean, you do have the Brawl, you have Battle Rages to draw, and you've stolen a very annoying minion.
For C-Mac, he does have an answer to this board. He's going to be very nervous about this life total for a little while, but we can see that Wash does not have any way to pull off the victory just yet.
Oh, needs to. Maybe there's a.
This taunt,
scythe?
I think, is crucial here. Yeah. C-Mac has to play the taunt on this turn, I think, just to block any weapon damage incoming and prevents that.
In class.
Well, Wash is probably going to rip this cutting class.
Yeah. I mean, do you draw 1 for 2 first, or do you draw 2 for 5?
With Skipper in hand, I don't think you can use the Battle Rage yet.
Ooh, Barov.
Barov and an Armor Smith, okay. Wash has a built-in way to get through any board, but doesn't have damage yet.
I don't know if you want to. I don't know if you want to pull the trigger on this Barov yet. You're not under immediate threat, and you're not pushing past the taunt. I think you want to Barov on a turn that you're gonna kill him.
Alternatively, you would just Barov a somewhat scary board and then play Skipper, Armor Smith, Battle Rage.
Right. Yeah. I mean, even doing that next turn doesn't seem awful.
There are only 6 cards left in Wash's deck. We would expect, what, a Mercenary, a Rattlegore, another Sword Eater.
Sword Eater. That's got to
And
be what
Sword
we're
Eater's
looking
the
for.
card that he wants.
And will he have the mana at 4? Yeah. So I mean, if he goes Skipper or even Barov, Skipper,
Maybe
Armor.
did you have to Blade or Battle Rage just to give yourself the chance of getting that 2/5 right now?
Without
I
the
don't know, but
combo?
C-Mac still no healing. Wash has got a little bit more time. Oh, there it is.
Angriest of chickens.
Blade Fist is not going to cut it either here. I don't know. I maybe you just have to. Okay, he's going to brawl it.
Do you want to draw first, though? Oh, man.
Maybe because you're holding Barov and the brawl, well, you can't really pair those together and also get the weapon. Yeah,
because if
it's such a
Barov
tough.
does stick, I mean,
I
if
guess
you,
Wash is just saying, like, if you had another taunt, maybe you were playing that too. Or
I mean-
hope. I just have to hope that you don't have another taunt and just rip Barov, go Skipper, Armor Smith, draw to try to find this lethal.
yeah, I like holding the Barov. I understand the play here, but I really think holding on to it to guarantee killing a taunt.
It could have been Skipper Barov as well with Battle Rage just to actually leave enough mana to play the Sword Eater.
There it is.
And he finds the Sword Eater.
Ooh, and
Wash
Bulwark.
is. Oh wow, Bulwark
Kill him
is
with
also
Bulwark.
the out. Oh, that's funny. All right, so it's down to this. Does C-Mac pick up a taunt? And he does.
He does, but there's Kargath in hand, right?
I mean, you can't get through a Divine Shield taunt with Kargath. So if C-Mac can clear this board.
What's the last card? Is it a second minefield?
Last card should be Rattlegore.
Right. Yeah.
Which I guess is also an alternate win con.
Yeah, because then you constantly have to clear, but I mean... Wow.
Okay. This is Pyro deals with some.
I guess this is what I mean about holding on to the... But even still...
Out comes Broom. And you know we're going to see this taunt come down.
The more minions he plays here, the worse...
Yeah. I think Wash has to go Sword Eater Brawl and go for it.
Yeah. You want a Sword Eater first.
You
'cause
probably want
to-
a Sword Eater first. Yeah. But as long as this taunt doesn't win, Wash wins the game.
It won.
The taunt wins the Brawl. Oh.
No way, dude. No way.
Oh, it's so brutal.
So do you... Oh, man. I don't even know what you do anymore. I guess, yeah, Kargath to kill it, it pops, and then you can Kargath into something next turn.
I think you probably had to play the Sword Eater pre-Brawl and then also swing the weapon into the Divine Shield.
Oh, Liadrin. That's
had
always
one.
heal. Liadrin's always heal, right?
I mean, a Libra of Hope has already been played, so Liadrin means if C-Mac doesn't die on this next turn, he gets the health and gets back out of range.
I think it's discounted enough.
An incredible.
He got it. Yeah.
Oh wow! It was discounted enough. Oh, brutal outcomes for Wash here. He was so agonizingly
Right
close, and a few RNG effects going the wrong way for him.
I think he still played properly with ripping the armor combo when he did. The brawl. I mean, the Sword Eater. It was a 25% chance you weren't going to win that turn. You could have turned it into a 20% chance. So maybe it's a little awkward. I mean, the game's not over. We do have a Rattlegore that he has to deal with, but you're facing down.
This is 20 damage, yeah. And he's at 32.
And you're just going to get flingered in the face constantly. Double hand of a doll. That's another additional 4. 6.
Really close.
Yeah.
I mean, regardless, I don't actually wins from this point.
Yeah, and Bulwark of Azeroth's going to soak up some damage. Pen Flingers are just going to absolutely demolish that. And yeah, you know what? He's saying you're not getting that that prime through here.
Yeah, and there's another 3-mana Libra of Hope in
Yeah.
C-Mac's hand. This Rattlegore just can't get there. There's no more brawls for Wash. There's no more board clears. This Kargath Prime can't even deal with one of these two minions. You know, Wash could copy the Rattlegore for what it's worth, but still just dies.
Wow.
And that is going to do it. Congratulations to Tonk if you were corny. A
Yeah.
team of destiny, it has seemed like, from these matches where just the players have navigated extremely well, and then in the one game where it looks like maybe they could lose, just, you know,
They find it, yeah.
it just goes against them, goes against their opponents, and Tonk just cruises.
Yeah.
And, you know, there's lethal on board here, so that is going to be game over.
Yeah. Put him, yeah. Pushes the damage, nothing more. Wow. Wash just misses. Came as close. That one damage. Oh, man.
Well, just like you guys said, he had to go for it.
Oh,
Otherwise,
absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're never and you know, like, shout out to CMAC for understanding I gotta rip off X amount of armor because I'm dead. So I mean, as close as Wash came to winning that game, CMAC just pulled himself into a position to solidify that win on 1 health for 3 turns. So great series all around. Those were some outrageous games.
Now I gotta find C-Mac here to see if he's able to come in.
C Macaroni.
Chat.
Oh boy.
What a crazy game.
I just like the past 2 hero games, man. Like
Two
both
sweeps.
3-0 sweeps, right?
Yeah. Actually, they didn't feel like 3-0s, but
they did not, but
they wound up being 3-0s. Hey, CMAC, congratulations. Excellent
yes.
win.
Oh, thank you.
You saved the best
So
for last,
this
right?
puts Tonk, if you were corny, into the title game here for Hero. How are you feeling?
Oh, I feel great. Yeah, I was a bit nervous at the beginning, but worked out.
Yeah.
Nervous? What? At 1 health?
Yeah.
Surely not.
Yeah, 1 health for how many turns, and then winning the brawl on the devout pupil. I mean, you couldn't write a better storied ending.
Obviously had a very solid shot to win the series regardless, even if you had lost with the Paladin. But turn 9, Wash pulls off 27 damage, sets you to 1 health, and I mean, you're a brawl away, a 25 or a 75% chance of losing, but that brawl, because of course he was holding the Sword Eater. And yeah, we were talking about how he likely should have played the Sword Eater first, but still, just a wild finish, winning that brawl and finding the way to hang around.
Yeah, it was a very fortunate brawl for sure.
Brawl's just being very unkind to Wash in that game. The other one was please anything but the 8/8 live. Oh crap, the 8/8 live.
Yeah, and then have the blade. And I mean, honestly, that saved a little bit of face damage at the end there because that coming through didn't allow him to swing and
well, even just having the Blade Storm would have been but really well navigated, I thought, on your part, CMAC, through all 3 of those games, just understanding the matchup very well, putting pressure on your opponent, and more importantly, drawing exceptionally well. Was there ever a point where you actually had like a 9-mana Libra of Hope that you actually had to play on turn 9 for like its full cost? You just discounted like mad.
It turns out when you befriend Aldor Attendant, he always comes in hand on 1, and then you never have 9-mana Librams.
Secrets of the game. Befriend Aldor Attendant and things will go your way. So anything about the games in particular that jumped out to you that you wanted to talk about? Any certain lines you took or otherwise?
Yeah, I mean, I just was, I played the hands I was dealt. All the hands had Alder Attendant, so I just, played the cards I had and seemed to work out.
Nice. Yeah.
Awesome.
You do the
So,
thing.
how do you feel going into next week against Dab on him? The final, into Hero Finals. What do you like in your team's chances into those guys?
Yeah, I think we have a good chance. So I'd be playing Duin, is that right?
You would have Duin, yes.
Yeah, I played him. I played him in Hero last season, and I beat him. Although I know he was new to the format then, so I'm feeling pretty good.
Awesome.
Yeah, well, a
Well,
very exciting matchup that we have set up for sure. Dab on him versus Tonk if you were corny. Honestly, I would be perfectly happy with emotes from either for THL.
But ours is a turtle with a tank
I
on
mean,
it.
sure,
Really
yeah,
can't.
yeah. I might be rooting slightly more for your emote, but
we can't give it
the Betty
away.
White dab, the Betty White dab is pretty exceptional in and of itself. I think it's Betty White on their logo anyway. Maybe it's just some
Believe
random
so.
old lady.
I'm gonna think it's Betty White because that makes me happy.
It's not Betty White. It's a random
Saka, don't
grandmother.
It's a random grandma. Oh.
Yeah.
Don't crush my spirit.
Yeah.
Spirit crushed. Well, congratulations again,
Spirit
CMAC. You push your team into the Heroes Finals, and good luck in next week going up against Duin and the Dab on 'em boys.
Yeah, thank you.
/girl/people.
Of course,
I don't know
thank you
all
guys
of
for
them.
casting.
Yeah, happy to be here, and of course, thanks as always for playing on stream. Good luck to you and your team in the finals.
Yep.
Thank you.
Be sure to get a DM for me or Lotus.
Yes. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. We'll be in touch.
Yeah.
Will do.
Take care, C-Mac.
Yeah.
Oh man. It's 1:20 a.m. my time, and I'm wide awake. Just
I am
because of
so
those last
awake.
2 games.
Bud, do you want to go to Tim Hortons and
Yeah, dude, let's
slam
do
some
this.
double doubles? All
Yep.
right. You want to come,
Nice.
Ron?
Yeah, just give me some hours.
Some.
I'll be there. I'll be there in a bit.
He'll be there in 16. 16 hours is fine. Grab a couple of Timbits, talk about the matches of the day.
Oh,
Since there was a ton of them. I mean, Lotus had, 4 himself today? So, not by himself.
Yeah, no, Sunday has been a absolute, like, this is where everyone wants to play. So, hey, that's awesome.
Yep.
So wicked games.
Really appreciate all the casting crew and all the players that were able to jump on stream this whole weekend. It's been amazing. Yeah, not much else we could say. We definitely had the quality of play, and especially with Ron and his crazy 45-minute match.
Oh, that was a brutal one for sure. Glad that one ended.
Expect a call from my wife tomorrow, Ron, as to why I stayed up so late.
Yeah, my bad, guys.
But Ron, step us.
Hey, at least the rest of them wound up going reasonably fast with 2 3-0s.
Oh yeah.
That's true.
So step us what's going through next week there for the gang. For anybody that's tuning into THL, what do we got set up for next week?
For the gang.
Oh, for next week, well, we've got some very exciting stuff on the docket, as always. Tomorrow night, or maybe even tonight, I guess.
Yep.
Monday, if you're Eastern time like me.
Hey.
It is going to be Around the Saloon. That is right. Mako is back. The ever mercurial Mako will be returning this week with Around the Saloon. Stay tuned if he does it again on the 15th. Who knows? But the 8th, he is coming back at you with a fantastic Around the Saloon episode. Followed by Tuesday night, you have Hearth Center with yours truly. We are going to be hosting the Legacy Champions, Foolish Madmen, and talking about all things in other series, but focusing a little bit more on Legacy. After that, we will, of course, round it out on Wednesday with Tavern Talk, our prediction show for the series that remain, that still have matches yet to be played. And then we are back to match casting. We've got matches on Thursday, on Friday, on Saturday, on Sunday. You can't get enough Hearthstone action by keeping it locked on this channel right here.
100,000,000%. So, those of you that are listening to the stream, since it's so late, we've had an average of about 33 to 35 viewers pretty much out throughout the whole day, which is very impressive for us. So it's
Hey,
good.
that's
Yeah.
awesome.
Oh yeah,
Thank you all.
So thanks again.
Thanks for being here. Yeah, this weekend has been. I cast Friday and I was watching Saturday. I think Saturday we hit up to near 40, 45.
Yeah, it's crazy.
So like, it's awesome seeing playoffs and having the community come out. And you know, some people still they didn't make it in, but they're still out to support and cheer for the people they want to win. And you know, people cheering for Tonk because they want their Tonk emotes. And no, it's really awesome to see.
All right, well that pretty much wraps it up there for us, gang. So, like Ron said, trying to tune into Hearth Center for some series updates and our lovely legacy champions there. So, have a good night, everybody.
Hey.
Get some sleep.
Stay
Thanks,
safe.
everybody. Have a great night.
Sweet dreams.